Overstone on Dark Heresy.
Fantastic.
Woos, join the game.
Wait a second. Gotta do it again then. Previously on Dark Heresy.
Bitter, happier.
More heretical. Pench ushered everyone out of the infirmary, but Canni refused to go. The rest of the team debriefed Gladstock remotely over the Vox while they drank expensive Amasec at Spring's suggestion. Gladstock was pleased with the result of the operation down in the Gallows Way and beyond, but he was not over the moon about losing 2 operatives on one deployment. Susie and Otto. He offered to fill in for Otto whilst he was incarcerated. He was, after all, an investigator at heart. With a remote terminal, he could perhaps scour the archives, access the infosphere. His request seemed to fall on deaf ears. During the night, Pench did something drastic. Assisted by Canni, he carved the bad meat from the bones of Gaius and cut out the organs that had begun to rot. And then he cleaved away at the cancerous bone until all that was left of the last pure man of 47 Capella was a brain and a small length of spinal cord, which was plopped into a jar of amber-coloured fluid. The next morning, when the rest of you discovered what he had done, there was talk of getting Gaius a new body from Lady Pagni. Siegfried voxed Cale Marotti, asking for a price. Lady Pagni would get back to him. Was the body for you, Lord Rains? Marotti asked. I know you were interested in some rejuve work. No, said Siegfried. It was for a friend. How was Lady Rains? Asked Cale. It's been a while since I saw her. It has been 7 days since Lord and Lady Rains were last in Pagni Tower together. Siegfried has been back once, with Veneta, Slab, Spring, and the Syrians. They arrived battered and bloody in a stolen heretical shuttle with an insane pilot and began requesting augmetics at a silly time in the morning. Cale has asked 3 times now, after Lady Rains, since their disappearance from the tower a week ago. A hunting trip, he has been told. Shopping, he has been told. Veneta began her augmentation procedures. She had saved Canni's her eyes. Ferinus and Titulos have a new eye and a new arm between them. Spring has some sort of weird daggers coming out of her toes. Veneta, Les, and Pench worked together to give Gaius some sight, sound, and speech temporarily, and asked him what he wanted to do about his body. A decision was made. Robo-Gaius would be created. It would take the combined efforts of Dr. Pench, Lady Pagni, and Magos Grus. Perhaps even Veneta could help to accomplish this task. And some might consider such a procedure extreme. Full augmentation is extremely rare beyond the upper echelons of the Mechanicus. But the Inquisitor's name carries weight with Lady Pagni and therefore Magos Grus too, so they will do as they are asked. They will play along. They will give Gaius a body. But this procedure is not without risks in other ways. Should it be made common knowledge that a humble arbiter has been given such an expensive, life-saving procedure, well, it may attract attention. But as long as it's all kept on the down low, as long as not every man and his splice hound is made aware of the hundreds of thousands of thrones that are about to be spent on saving the life of one humble arbiter, everything should be fine. It'll all be fine. Hannibal left the mansion with Vasquez and Light, 2 of King Crimson's men, former elite guardsman turned ganger, who once served alongside the Inquisition before, over a decade ago, and the 3 of them headed to the Midhive to shake down the collectors of the Tithe Immutable for intel on the Beast House. Canni spent the day with pickled Gaius. Siegfried moped around the mansion, making faces with his mask. Silas continued his search in the wastes. He picked up an energy signature, but was unable to find what caused it. Slab got some more seeds from Pench, began planting Obscura in his garden. Titulos disciplined his brother Ferinus, at the orders of Gladstock, for allowing yet another lead to die in custody before he could be interrogated. Thalix Graven, a man on the wanted list for over 20 years. The man who helped Scale create Alyssa. The man who created the neural links. A man with ties not just to Scale, but Gelt as well. A man who is known for having a crisis of conscience in the past. A man who would have probably been so easy to break if he wasn't already broken. A man who practically fell into Gaius's lap. Dead now. And you know what they say. Dead men tell no tales. Oh, and Theranos probably won't be walking very well for some time after his punishment. Spring headed off into the hive in search of a new Otto. Bring us a boffin, she was told. Trantia began learning how to manipulate the mansion finally, and Ted began working on Hannibal's rifle. That night, Canni and Venetta spent some time together. Intimate time together. But they were interrupted by Slab. And Slab called Canni Tal. Tal Marak. It's a name Canni has heard before. The polygenic harness he has been fitted with once belonged to this Tal Marak. Mesmeron referred to this person as Canni's predecessor. What had she meant by that? Surely she meant in terms of skill set or something? But Slab said they looked the same, Canni and Tal. A brother, perhaps? Asked Venetta. Canni remembers little of his childhood. He recalls brothers, hundreds of them. That's not a normal number of brothers, said Venetta. But Venetta, along with some of the other acolytes, have seen someone else who looked just like Canni, and being the smart woman that Venetta is, she has begun to suspect what Canni might really be. The next day, Canni returned to the workers' house to Ludmilla's den to continue his employment as an enforcer of King Sanchez's organisation. Gaius, after being dug out of the garden where Slab had planted him, spent the day doing little, hanging out with Siegfried, who decided that using his mask to wear Gaius's face would help settle his disembodied companion. Gaius asked Alyssa to make the workshop door look like him. It was a strange request, but Alyssa was pleased to carry it out. She likes Gaius. He's her favourite. Hannibal continued observing the tithers in the hive. Venetta threw away Otto's preposterous flask and set to work on the mechadendrite she has been designing for some time before she received a call from Justicar Drummond. Gaius's team were getting suspicious, he said. Small wonder, considering what they have witnessed of late. Mesmeron instructed you to act from the shadows. To be cautious in your placements with the Arbites, the Brotherhood, and the nobility of Desilium. You have not been cautious. Lady Pagni's tower, attached to Spire Eldon, is now home to a heretical shuttle. A number of Lady Pagni's staff witnessed this vessel arrive and saw Lord Rains, Lady Pagni's distant cousin, arrive heavily armed and wounded. Lord Eldon himself has in the past sought you out after you raided his factorum for power cells. He retaliated by attacking the mansion at the exact moment that the power went out when Alyssa took control of the webway construct. Alyssa, daughter of Lord Eldon, entombed within a machine made by Cyric Scale. And what of the Arbites, Gaius' team? Only Drummond knew Gaius' true purpose, his real identity as an agent of the Ordos. But then Gaius brought his people into Inquisition business. And now those three young arbiters are to be made of who you really are. The decision has been made to bring them into the fold. What about the survivors of the Purity Gate in the Gallows Way, the oath bondsmen of the Sanctuary Involute that fought alongside Karel, Esther, and Greta? They have seen things most people would never see, never wish to see, and they are perhaps by now aware that there is more than meets the eye to those handful of strange people who came into town to investigate a scene of murder and then seemingly had the power to summon a regiment of guardsmen to defend the gate. And what did they defend the gate against? A seething horde of the walking dead. Not something most sanctuaries would expect to encounter on the beat. Stay hidden. Work from the shadows, she had commanded you. But she is not here. And not every operative of the Inquisition enjoys or even utilises such clandestine methods. Some are more brazen, working in the open for all to see. It was inevitable, really. You couldn't stay hidden forever. And slowly, whether by choice or accident, you are emerging from the shadows, stepping into the light. where all can see you, for which there will be no repercussions. Before we begin tonight's game, Canni, can you make an intelligence test at -30? Siegfried's got one, but he's not here. Gaius, can you make a fellowship test at -30? And Slab, can you make an intelligence test at -20?
So shit at being Inquisition agents, I have to say.
That's what makes this such a good game, I think. The fact that you're all completely inept.
If
-5
if
degrees.
you'd all listened to me, there wouldn't have been a single witness.
Oh, get on your high horse, you. Well, there wouldn't be a single.
I would set
like-
the gantry flame and just put it off at the top.
Some of the witnesses that have survived, that have seen things, are beyond your control. Some are within your control. You have made some very good decisions about who you should trust. I'll tell you that. But there are a couple of people that probably know more than they should. And, well, that's part of the game. Cause and effect.
Over Dave, would you say something?
Cock.
Oh, fantastic. Sometimes I lose other people's audio, so I don't know whether you're just being quiet or whether I've lost you. So, good choice, by the way.
That's right. It was either cock or balls, and I went for cock.
Yeah, so.
Go for the cock.
Come on, Dave.
Exactly. You've got to start on the cock.
2, 5. Where's Slab's intelligence roll, please, Dave?
Hang on. Got to find his character sheet. Oh, brace yourself. He's good at intelligence.
-20.
Cool.
He can very nearly make this, I think.
No, he can't.
No, very nearly. I said he can very nearly make it, but he won't. But that's yeah, that's. But it all counts. But what does it count for? Okay, so it's. I think it's good from time to time to sit back, reflect, and remind yourself of the purpose of your life, or your mission, as some might call it. So I'm just going to pop up the old to-do list here, and you can see the various tasks you've been set, and what you've completed and what you haven't. To be fair, there's only one thing you've failed at, I think, and that's interrogating Thalix Graven. But you can thank Ferinus for that. Oh, and also you failed to attend the art gallery opening, which I completely forgot about. Was actually ages ago. But there's your objectives. That's what you should be doing. But you don't have to do any of these things.
So pissed off being Furnace if that was me.
It has been.
It's like, I do genuinely like how he sabotaged his other character. I mean, that is some.
No, he didn't just do that, Al. He sabotaged his other character on the exact day when he was switching from never ever playing that character ever again.
Yeah, so it's like one last gift.
Slap him in the face and fuck off. Right, let's.
Trolling not only us all, but also himself.
Right.
Gift.
Here we go. It has been 3 years and 68 days since Gaius Mortalis was taken from 47 Capella by Inquisitor Lystug and left in Dramar District. 244 days since Siegfried von Morton arrived on the world of Iacanthos and met Dick Pincher. 104 days since you fled Scintilla after Lady Mesmeron was accused of heresy. 46 days since you arrived on Desalium. It has been 30 days since Inquisitor Mesmeron left Desalium aboard the reckless endeavour to return to Scintilla. The timestamp, by standard Imperial reckoning, is 261.816.M41, or to use something of an ancient archaic system known as the Gregory calendar, it is April the 5th in the 816th year of the 41st millennium. It's a Tuesday. This is Power Play Day 30, or at least the back end of it. So So far today, Canni has returned to Ludmilla's den, where he continues to work for King Sanchez. Gaius is just sort of sat around, sealed in his jar. Siegfried did some weird shit with his mask and Gaius. Hannibal has been working the scene in the workers' house, not far from where Canni is, although they probably aren't aware of that. Veneta did a bit of crafting, got the call from Drummond, sent the Syrians out to fetch Gaius's team in, and Ferris and Titulos went off to do that. And that brings us to Silas.
Ollie.
So let's put you on your super special map.
Silas. It's from the west. Alright then.
Okay, so
There's my little red vehicle.
I keep forgetting to change that to the proper vehicle. I keep forgetting about that.
Car.
You did have like a proper Torox truck
No,
sort
I
of thing.
deleted it.
Yeah, and then you fucked it right up, didn't you, Hayden?
Fucked it.
Okay, right.
My car as well.
Where is Silas? There he is. Okay. So, today, what would Silas like to do?
I would like to scan for energy.
Okay, scanning for energy. So, that is a tech use test.
Oh,
Plus 20. Okay, so you can unveil 2 tiles.
yeah, I want to unveil TT19 SS91.
Okay, just a second. I've just accidentally shut down the thing I needed. Where have I put that now? There it is. Silas. Okay, so which one? Sorry, the
The
90,
head and lower one.
90 and 91. Okay. So roll 2 D100s for me, please. We'll do 90 first.
100. D100.
Heavy rock and a bit of a canyon.
Did I find an energy signature on both of them?
This isn't. This is just to see what sort of terrain it is to start with. Okay, so that one's heavy rock. That's a bit of a canyon. And then we'll see what... I shouldn't have really done that one, never mind. So energy. Roll 2D100s again, please. I did that wrong, but never mind, let's not worry about that. 58 and 91. Okay, so somewhere southeast of you, you are picking up what you think is an active Imperial technology signal. Directly east of you, however, there is a very faint signature, suggests something maybe not actively running, but there's definitely a power source, and you're fairly certain it's not Imperial in nature.
I would go into the rocks of death. Look for that.
So you're going into the east, into the canyon. Okay. Right. So, as a canyon...
It's from the Adventures of Batman, that, isn't it?
So I want you to make a navigation surface roll.
Surface.
Okay, that's good. Takes you about 3.5 hours to navigate into roughly where you think you found this energy signature. And I'm going to do a couple of other rolls. All right. As you begin to get sort of into the depths of this canyon, there's a bit of like a miniature localized storm down in this canyon, and your rad counter in your truck begins to kick in, and you realize there's some sort of, strange wind effect created by this canyon that seems to be whipping up some sort of radiation and making it a little bit hazardous. It doesn't mean you can't scavenge here. It just makes it a bit more difficult to scavenge because you're going to have to get your hazmat suit on to do it.
Yeah. Let's scavenge and irradiated wastes.
Okay.
No better.
So you've still got feasibly another 4.5 hours of the day to go. You can carry on going, or you can scavenge this area.
In the area.
Okay. So this is a search roll. You do get modifiers for this, by the way, but they're hidden, depending on various things. Okay, so that'll be...
Any modifiers then? Because I've got a minus 2.1 if I've got...
Yeah, like I say, the hidden modifiers, these, so you don't know exactly what your bonuses are to this. Okay, so you do find something.
Nature towel. Alien one.
Okay, roll oh, hang on. Just one.
Who's left this dead mouse here? It's not a mouse.
Okay, so you find a few bits of what look like Xenos metal. They don't look like a device in particular, but they are definitely an alien metal of some kind. And you also find... Roll a D100.
Nice.
Okay, you find some sort of Xenos energy weapon. A small pistol. It's only a little thing, but it's quite clearly, a weapon. It isn't loaded. It doesn't have a charge in it, anything like that. You're not even sure if it's functional. But it's definitely an alien weapon of some kind. So with this, you can, in theory, try and fuck about and try and fix it, but you don't have any ammo for it. Or you can sell it, or you can take it to Gladstock and the others. It's entirely up to you.
I'm gonna fuck about, fix it.
So if you want to put in your inventory, broken Xenos pistol.
Okay, I've got broken.
And add 10 thrones worth of... scrap as well. Scavenged materials, whatever it is we're calling it.
15 or just 10, extra 10 units is that? Or
yeah.
That's 29 units I've got.
Okay. So that's the rest of your day done. You can spend a few hours in the evening as well, if you want, having a look at this pistol to try and figure out if you think you're capable of doing anything with it. So make a Technopat roll, but it's because it's Xenos tech, it's quite difficult, so it's going to be at a minus 20.
Yay. But... off my hand and blow my finger off.
Yeah, you don't think you could probably ever get your head around how this thing works. You try to prise it open, you can't even see a seam. It's like one whole piece. The trigger doesn't even seem to be a separate part of the weapon. It feels like it's built into it, sort of thing. It's like a squeezable trigger rather than a mechanism. It's a bit baffling to you. You don't really understand, but maybe someone somewhere can make use of this, or someone might buy it. And you know for a fact Gladstock is definitely willing to reward you for this.
I'll keep it for Gladys, keep him happy.
While he's in his cell. Next up, we've got
Gladys,
Slab. Okay, so Slab. What are you up to today? So, you now have... There is a new handout for Slab, which I think you've seen. I don't know where I put it. Where did I fucking put it? Oh, yeah. In Power Play Objectives, there is now Slab's Garden. So, basically, there are 4 rows of 6 plots. The way I envision this as well is like it's because it's hydroponics. It's like tiered, so it's not just a patch of earth in the ground. It's like rack upon rack. That's why it takes you like a full day to plant. There's a lot of goods, a lot of plants planted in a very small space. Basically, it's vertical gardening. So, what would Slab like to do today? He could do some gardening, or he can do whatever he wants.
He's going to go to the empty bedrooms upstairs.
Okay.
Gather up as many fucking mattresses as he can and make himself a nest in his little room next to his hydroponics bay. So he doesn't have to walk in on fucking Canni's bare ass bouncing up and down again.
Okay, so is that in the actual hydroponics room or in the storeroom at the back?
In the little room next to it.
Okay.
Yeah, that whole theme was great, I thought. Really enjoyed that.
Yeah. Okay. That won't take him too long. He's a strong lad. He could probably carry most of the mattresses in one trip.
And he's going to go and look for Veneta.
Who, I believe, is in the mansion today doing crafting. So, yeah. You know where to find Veneta most of the time. Also, when you're in the mansion, you can always vox each other with your comm beads as well. They usually have a limited range, but in the mansion, they always work. So, you head to the workshop. Veneta's there, busily working away on what looks like a big metal snake.
Veneta!
Oh, hi, Slab.
I've done a thing.
What do you mean, Slab? What thing have you done? You haven't hurt anyone, have you?
I fixed Gaius.
You fixed him?
Yeah.
Oh. That doesn't seem possible.
No, it is. I'm clever. I planted him last night. I dug a little hole and planted him and watered him. And this morning he's gone. And there's muddy footprints everywhere.
All right. Oh, that was very clever of you.
I've grown a Gaius.
Oh, thank you, Slab. That was very considerate of you. Very thoughtful.
Then I'll turn around and walk out.
Guys,
Well, no, I'm going to shout. I'd like to shout after you, Slab, and go, "Oh, Slab, there was one thing. It's Alyssa. I know she's been getting terribly bored. She I think she likes to have a bit of company, someone else to play with. You like to play, Slab? Yeah?
Yeah.
Who's that?
I don't know. Alyssa, it's difficult to describe. She's kind of the whole building. She's here but not here, if that makes sense. Does it make sense?
No.
No, she's kind of... Think of her like a ghost in a machine.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, you can talk to her. You can vox in. We've got him a vox, I think, haven't we?
he's got vox. Yeah.
Yeah, you can vox into her. Just say her name, but she can probably hear you even if you talk out loud.
She must have saw Gaius walk out of the hydroponics blob bay.
I think she sees everything.
Wonder what he looks like now. Like a big metal dome with legs and planty things on his face.
I mean, time will tell, Slab. I mean, we can't be sure, can we? But I'm sure it will all come out in the wash.
No, you don't wash him, he's a plant man.
Let's see. Okay.
You water him. He's got to be watered or he will.
Vanessa's gonna. She's just gonna. She doesn't know how to respond. She's just gonna be looking at Slab. She's trying different combinations of words, but none of them seem like they'll land correctly.
Hi there. So,
I don't know where Gaius actually is. But,
Gaius is currently in the lounge with Siegfried, I think.
I thought it'd be on a shelf in a closet somewhere.
In the toilet.
Jeeves.
Yeah.
we got Missy. Did we get Missy to rescue you or something?
Jeeves rescued him. Jeeves dug him out, and Jeeves is now carrying Gaius around at sort of waist height. So Gaius is mobile. Gaius can obviously vox or speak to Jeeves and tell him where he wants to go and what have you. So, but yes, Siegfried is currently drinking with Gaius. He was trying to pour alcohol into Gaius's fluid tank at one point.
Well, thank you, Slab. Was there anything else?
No.
Okay. Vanetta's gonna go back to her crafting.
Okay.
I'm going to go back to my greenhouse looking all pleased with myself.
Okay.
I don't have the heart to tell him that. I don't
It's
have a heart.
it's quite strange how some things turn out. Let's just say that. So, what's Slab doing for the rest of the day?
I have no idea. Hang on. I can't remember what he can do in his power play.
He can do pretty much anything he wants. The thing he's been tasked with is obviously this garden. But there's other stuff you can do. So you can plant, you can prepare the soil and plant, which takes a full day to, do one square. Or you can spend a day tending the garden, which needs to be sort of done on a regular basis. Or a semi-regular basis. And you can do
that.
So you can do up to 8 squares.
He'll do some tending because he's done some planting lately.
Yeah, I think you've got 4 planted, haven't you? Or is it 5? 4, yeah. Tending. Okay, so if you look on that Slab's garden as well, it shows you what's planted on what day, and then it's degrees of success or failure. So you can see the first one is 4 degrees of failure, the second one's 3 degrees of success. When you failing to plant doesn't necessarily mean the plant's ruined. It's it just contributes to the final result.
Yeah.
So as you tend your garden, as time goes on, you can improve even ones you've maybe fucked up a little bit while you've planted. So today, because you've only got 8 zones that are planted, and you can you can tend up to 8. You can basically do this twice on these 4. So it's a trade, agriculture role. The hell was that?
Unpleasant, that's what that was.
Scrap code's back, Alan.
Yeah, I don't like. I'm quite. I like calm. I like quiet. I don't like random loud bangs or strange noises or just. I don't like this kind of salt upon my ears that we get on. We get it quite regularly as well.
Yeah.
I'm not a fan. Welcome back, sir.
Now I can't
I've got
hear
him
you.
muted. I've got him muted. So say something. Oh no, I can't hear him.
No, I can't hear him either.
Can't hear me. But silence is preferable to that awful racket.
No.
I hear you, mate. According to Discord, you're not transmitting.
I got the no, it's the racket.
It was
again.
then, and it was just static.
No, why won't it work?
That was weird. It just he wasn't even doing anything, was he? He was just sitting there. It's not like he touched anything. I was gonna say, have you tried turning it off and on again?
Just the random nature of the attack
Yeah.
took me by surprise.
Oh, I think I heard him then. There we go. Yeah, I can hear you now.
You've probably got a dodgy wire in somewhere in your headset.
That's better, mate. Just strange, he didn't seem to be doing anything, and it just, yeah. Oh,
Well,
yeah,
that was the headset on.
Huh? Yeah, that was quite unpleasant for a moment.
Oh, did it? Something happen?
Yeah, it was like loads of static all of a sudden. It was mental.
It's like what they do to when they've got people in Guantanamo Bay and they want to break them. They just assault them with these kind of loud noises.
I thought they just played Lionel Richie at them.
I mean, I'd probably do it.
So, Dave, if you want to give me 2 trade agriculture rolls at +20, well, I just grab a beer.
I would have used my safe word, but I don't think you'd have heard me.
Little sign saying "Kill me."
Get out of my misery. Let it end. Sweet release of death.
There we go. 3 degrees of passage.
Yeah, and then 4 of failure.
It doesn't really matter. It's all cumulative, and you don't know.
It's accumulated 1 less.
Yeah, you don't know. You will know when it's time to harvest stuff, and you don't know how long it takes for things to grow in these special hydroponics bays. But I will tell you that it is much faster than real life, conveniently. But you will be aware when it's time to harvest.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Okay. Moving on from Slab, it's Spring. Spring's off searching for a boffin. I've made some rolls for her behind the scenes. Next up, it's Trantia. Trantia was working on reading the book that Mesmeron's left her on how to manipulate the mansion. It's up to you guys what she does. Do you want her to carry on doing that, or do you want her to do something else? She's also been told to maybe look at recruiting from some of the upper echelons while she's hanging out with Siegfried, and anything else she wants to do. So it's up to you guys really what she does.
I'm a big believer of just leaving her on what she was already doing and trying to get some time on it rather than chopping and changing.
Okay. So yeah, once she can control the mansion, what she'll be able to do is literally change the shape of it, turn it into whatever she wants, add rooms, take things away, move walls, doors, potentially even create things that are more alien in nature. She'll be able to do all sorts. It'll be like a big Play-Doh set for her. There's also
Get some soul stones.
I think it's also good to not to rely on Alyssa completely as well.
There are soul stones in the mansion. In character, Gaius doesn't know that, but out of character, there are soul stones in the mansion.
So it is anyway.
There's also a really good scene here that I wrote featuring Trantia and Siegfried. But unfortunately, Johnny's not here, and it wouldn't do it justice to read this out without Johnny's presence, because I take a great deal of pride and joy in the little scenes I write for Siegfried. So we'll wait for next time Johnny's with us before we do this one. But what does happen is, at the end of the day, after you've all had your evening meal, Siegfried and Trantia are discussing around the table, it's maybe time to return to Lady Pagni's. And so Siegfried and Trantia disappear off to Lady Pagni's. Trantia can still continue to read her book. If she wants to try and manipulate the mansion, obviously she has to come back. And also, at this point, Siegfried says to Gaius in a jar, Gaius, me old mucker, me old mate, because this is how Siegfried speaks when I do his voice. Gaius, do you want to come with us to Pagni Tower? We can get Magos Grus and Lady Pagni to start designing your new body, perhaps.
Would be fantastic.
You sound a little constipated, Gaius. Are you dunk okay in there?
Bubbles pop out my brain area.
So Siegfried takes the jar off Jeeves. Jeeves seems slightly reluctant to give Gaius over. You know, he normally, if you take something from him, he just releases it. But there's this moment where Jeeves seems to want to hold on to Gaius for some reason, but he does give him up. But there's just a little reluctance from Jeeves.
Thanks for looking after me.
Jeeves just looks at you. He might answer you if he had a vocal implant, but currently you have it. And so Trantia and Siegfried, complete with Gaius in a jar, head off back through the magic fucking door into Lady Pagni's guest suite via the wardrobe, and therefore Gaius potentially gets to experience what maybe happens next between Trantia and Siegfried, which will be great, but we can't do it because Johnny's not here, and I'm really, really annoyed about that. Anyway.
Put in a drawer. A box.
It's really up
Put
to
me in
Johnny.
the box, not the box again!
Ted,
been there for weeks.
having spoke to James, Ted has set himself a little task. He's going to, if you remember, he looted one of the Spatha pattern combat servitors from the mansion, from the mountain.
Sorry, you've lost him now.
Spatha, not Spacker.
No, spaff is a fucking word as well.
No, not spaff, spaff.
I'm not sure there's a difference.
There is a big difference, and it's spatha. Anyway, so.
I mean, all I'm saying is you can't use that word with Hayden. I mean, like, I thought the word stranger was a safe word, but it's not a safe word. 'Cause every time I say it around Johnny,
yeah,
it's just like that's a forbidden word now.
Yeah.
And spaffer is probably a no-goer.
Well, I'll be changing the name of that then. So anyway, this combat servitor, Ted is stripping it down for parts, and he's going to try and find a subject, not necessarily a willing subject, a subject, and he's going to rebuild the combat servitor as a little pet, something to help defend the mansion, whatever.
It's a private hand job, but isn't it? A fucking name like that.
I think he's maybe going to speak to you, Alan, about it in character as Ted and Venetta about the prospect of what he's talked about. He's floated a couple of ideas, like finding just a random person to fucking servitorize. He's also talked about the idea of clones, because he's become very aware since getting back to the mansion that there is a guy that looks just like the guy that was in the cell next to him. And he is aware of cloning technology. He can't do it himself, but he's aware that clones exist. And he's working under the assumption that clones must be available somewhere on Desolium. Don't know why he's got that idea. So basically, I think what he's trying to do is find another Canni and turn him into a combat servitor, which just is amazing. But
yeah, I mean, I'm certainly not against that. Who's in the cells, Dave? Who we got in the cells?
You don't know. Would you like to check?
No. I think Vanessa does all. Like, I'm sure we've
of course you do. Yeah.
We've broached this before.
So
obviously there's Gladstock. There's the stain that was
Alex Graven.
Yeah, there wasn't like a beastie boy in there who might be suitable.
Okay, so yeah, in the other two cells there is Paolo Hampton, who Hannibal captured. That's Martiana's husband who was responsible for the gene stealer, and there is also
Whatever happened to her?
don't know. She died weirdly. Like there's also this mutant, this hulking mutant, Genravakian, which is
Oh yeah, that's it.
it's a guy that Gaius in his first Arbite mission. If you remember, him and Gaius and Carell like double teamed this massive mutant, and they were like cuffing him while they were fighting him, and they ended up cuffing his hands to opposing feet and just knocking fuck out of him while he was on the floor. And there was all the
So you do it.
the red walk, the flesh cutter gangers everywhere, and that most of them died. A couple fucking got away. Gaius got them another day, and this Genravakian was held at precinct 686 for a time, and then when Ferinus and Titulos went to get Thalix Graven, for some reason they also brought this mutant. But he's been removed. He had some augmetic parts as well, but they've all been removed. He's in the cell next. He's in the second cell, I think.
How convenient.
Oh, safe choice for a combat servitor. Half
say-
mad, mental, homicidal super mutant who wants to kill us. Nothing can possibly go wrong.
Fine
no
after-
drawbacks.
It'll be fine after a lobotomy. It's fine. I'm going to say. So I said. I don't know. I don't know if he's told me about the cloning aspect, but I'm going to say. I think we've got the ideal candidate, Ted. It just seems the answer seems to have presented itself. We have a very strong candidate for a combat servitor. I don't know what else to do with him. Shall I show you? I'll take him down to the cells.
Okay.
What do you think?
As you
It's
go down to
ideal.
the cells, by the way, there's like these four. Well, there's 6, I think, cells. There's 4 of them. The doors are shut. Gladstock's in the 4th one. As you're approaching the cells, I'd like you to make a awareness check, please.
Good awareness. Oh, yeah, I was probably going to get some awareness in the old eyes, but it seems I've been so lazy.
It's not sight-based anyway, so that won't change anything.
Yeah, awareness for Veneta. Fail by 6 degrees.
Okay. What the hell? My cat's being weird outside. Okay, so yeah, as you approach the second cell where Genravakian is, slide back the little shutter. You can see him inside, and he's just like rocking back and forth, foaming at the mouth, and he seems to notice you at the little window, and you see his eyes are wild. One of them is much bigger than the other. They're both bloodshot. One of them's like a yellow iris. The other one's just pure black. And he sees you, and he snarls and leaps to his feet, and he tries to rush the door, but he's only got one leg, and he just kind of falls over. He's just got like half a thigh for his other leg. But he drags himself across the floor towards the door and starts beating on the door, screaming and roaring to let him out.
I'm going to tap on the glass. Or tap on the door.
Tormented.
What do you think, Ted? What do you think, Ted? Seems ideal?
I'll have to have a think about it, but it seems like a grand idea.
Yeah. And maybe it will make him safe as well. I mean,
the
what else
lobotomy
what else are we
process.
going to do with him?
The lobotomy process will knock most of that fire out of him anyway, I would have thought.
But you want a bit of fire in a combat servitor, right?
Aye, but you want to be able to turn it on and off.
Aye. Yes.
We can do that
Yeah.
with chems.
Yeah. I mean, nothing could possibly go wrong.
That's enough. Oh, there'll be no consequences for this. I can assure you.
That's what I thought, Ted. I trust you. I really do. It just seems like it's the answer has presented itself to us. So here you go. He's all yours. Do with him as you will. And I do suggest that you bring in some other people to help you with the initial subjugation process.
Hey.
Don't do it yourself, would you?
Oh no.
No,
I'll get. I might get your big lad to give me a hand with him.
that's not a bad idea.
Okay, I shall put that to James. It never even occurred to me that, like, me and James were talking about it, bouncing ideas off each other. Never even occurred to me that he was down there. I totally forgot he was there.
Cool.
Okay, so that's
So like I say, cloning a new Canni, although I'm in love with that idea, it just seems like quite a long. It seems like a task, right? It seems
Well,
like quite the task.
That's what
to do.
I said to James. It's like to actually like Ted doesn't know how to clone. To learn how to clone, to make a clone, to grow it to maturity is going to take a lot of time.
Yeah.
I was like, but there have been multiple versions of Canni in every game, which suggests there are multiple versions of Canni out there. So it's just a case of finding one, isn't it? And like just getting another Canni. And then I really liked the idea of like suggesting, if we do that, suggesting that they get mixed up before the process is done. So there's always this element of doubt which Canni actually got servitorized.
So yeah, I mean, I think the idea, the premise of it is fantastic, but this one just seems like an easy out. So and plus, what else are we going to do with this guy? I mean,
he's big enough to carry all the because the servitors that were originally.
Sorry, I can't hear you, Hayden. I think you're muted.
Yeah, he's muted.
Yeah, mate. It'll be like Gaius Cop 2, where he gets a new super increased bad guy as he gets upgraded.
It's like, Gaius Cop 2. And,
new villain for you.
The
villains just keep coming back stronger and stronger each time Gaius comes back stronger and stronger. It's like a video game. You get more powerful, but so do the enemies. Right.
Dr. Robotnik replaced his bodies with cybernetic parts.
No, it's amazing where James's mind goes off to at times. I love James to bits. He's deeply infuriating at times, but other times his mind just goes off to these places.
Yeah.
These kind of loopholes or to exploit, or he finds these little ideas that you wouldn't consider. So
I still think the best thing James has ever done is crush your precious NPC. You were so attached to that guy as well. You could see it in your face.
I was, but I feel like it shows maturity as a GM not to stop it in a sense, and to let him do his thing. And sometimes if you love someone, you have to let them go.
Sometimes if you love someone, you have to let them be force gripped into a ball of meat.
I tried to goad James into fighting properly, and he was just having none of it. He didn't tolerate any of that shit. He just fucking okay, but yeah. Oh well.
Okay, so end of day 30. Another big bit of spiel here for Johnny, but he's not here. Sui and the Calamere, come back.
This is Calamere receiving you loud and clear.
Got the cargo, Mom. We're at the lift shaft. Am I bringing him to you, or are we meeting somewhere?
I don't know. There's no right choice here, is there? I think I'd best meet them outside the carnival. Let's take baby steps. I'll come to you, but they're going to have to see the carnival sooner or later. But let's ease them in, shall we? Let's ease them in, baby steps.
As you wish, Mom. We'll be waiting here.
Okay, who's with me then? So, your other character's not here, Hayden, and your brain is off. I'll ask. Has Slab been seen in the carnival yet?
He must have been. He's walked through it, I think.
Yeah, he's been through it.
To be honest, an ogre in the carnival's really not going to be that out of place.
I'm gonna comms into Slab. Slab, are you there? I could use your assistance.
Hello.
Is that the right voice, Slab?
That sounded more like the Hannibal voice.
I've got my voices wrong.
Oh dear. You pressed the wrong button. That's better. That's more like you. I'm trying to think of someone else Hayden can hijack.
Who else is in the mansion?
mansion?
Trantia and Siegfried have gone. Ted's here. I can't let you play James is Ted. Dr. Pench is it? Les is here. Who else? Ferinus and Titulos are actually up there with them.
Okay.
So you can take Ferinus if you want as long as you let me, maybe give you a bit of guidance if you need it, because you might know something that you don't know, if that makes sense, Hayden.
I'm gonna head out then. Take Slab with me, head out into the carnival, and then head outside the carnival and head off towards the lift shaft.
Okay. As you pass through the carnival, a couple of the carnies that work the food and drink stands. They give you friendly waves. You're a bit of a local hero around here, Venetta.
Sure, I'll wave back and give him a smile. And
you see
I
this
won't
as well,
slight them.
Slab. You see all these strange people. Some of them look a bit deformed, a bit fucked up, a bit weird, and they all seem really happy to see your boss. And as you get into the main body of the carnival as well, you can hear in the big top, you can hear the roar of the crowd. It sounds like the arena event is underway. And eventually you pass by the bridge.
Sorry,
Jax.
Dave. I'm sorry, but curiosity's got the best of me. Can I just poke my head in the big top and just see what's going down?
Yep.
Yeah. Just a little nosy before I head out.
There's, as usual, there's maybe 1,500 to 2,000 people in the tiered seats, which are little more than wooden benches, around this central space, which has been converted into a cage. It's normally a bit of a pit, but tonight there's like a bit of a cage in there. It's a cage fight. And you see in there are 3 guys armed with an assortment of weapons, all bare-chested, big muscular types, look like they may be muscle grafts, maybe combat drugged, raging monstrous guys, and they are slowly getting their asses handed to them by a very slightly built woman in a spandex outfit with one missing leg. Seraph is taking on these 3 guys on her own, and she's taken off her artificial leg to do so, and she's literally using her combat blade leg as one of her weapons as she's fighting these 3 guys, and she's clearly winning as well. She's literally beating them to death with her own leg.
Safe to say she's using her plot armor then, because if he was actually rolling, she'd be dead by now.
She's brilliant, Dave. When she doesn't have to roll a dice, she's fantastic.
Yeah. That's fantastic.
I did describe her wearing a spandex outfit. That's her plot armor.
Okay. Vanetta's going to curse a look. She'd maybe put a little flutter on Seraph, but it's probably too late now. I'm going to leave them to it. I'm going to head outside the carnival.
So you head across to the bridge. Jax and Strang are there. They give you a respectful nod. Jax sees you, Slab, and goes, "All right, big fella." As you head across the bridge, down the tunnel, up the lift shaft, you get to the top of the lift shaft. The cargo 6 is parked up. Theranos, Titulos, and Justicar Drummond is also there, along with 3 other individuals. One of them is a young man, quite a muscular man. Looks like he's only maybe early 20s. He's wearing a very plain black body glove, not armoured. He's got no weapons on him. The other 2 are female, one of which looks like she's a little older, maybe in her 30s. She's got her hair pulled back in a very tight bun, and she's wearing just a plain grey robe, like a administratum robe. The second figure is a bit of a weird-looking woman. I think she's got funny coloured hair. I can't remember now. And she's... Here we go. I don't know. This picture means nothing because he's not dressed like this at the minute. I don't know where Greta is.
It's the blue one.
Yeah, she's got blue. She's got slightly blue skin, slightly bluish skin, and she speaks with a definite off-worlder accent as well. And she's got a bit of a strange aura around her. And you've been around people like Trantia long enough to realise immediately that this woman is some sort of psycho. Justicar Drummond sees the 2 of you approach, and he says, he gives you a respectful nod, Venetta, and says, "Evening, presenting Junior Arbiter Karel Heffard, very respects Agent Esther Beatson, and Psi Officer Greta Pussysoft. Officers, this is Miss Calamere, Agent Calamere to be precise."
So, just hold on a second. Pussysoft, is that a real name? It sounds made up.
It is a most common name upon the world in which I am born.
Okay. Vanessa's going to tut under her breath. Are we in a private area, or do I need to order him back onto the...
So it's basically a bit of a wasteland right at the bottom of the hive, where all there is the supports that hold up, the very bottom hive levels. There's nothing really around here. There's no people around. The only time there are ever people around here is if they're coming or going from the carnival.
Okay. So if we're in a private area, I'm gonna cut straight to it, and I'm going to say I'm going to cut straight to it. You have all seen too much. There's no way that we can deceive you any longer. You all must have suspected already. There are terrible things afoot upon this planet, and the Inquisition has taken a view upon it. And I'm going to bring out the symbol or the hollow projection, whatever it is. I'm going to flash the symbol of the Inquisition. I'm going to say to them, your companion, Gaius, is one of our agents. There are many agents upon this on this world, and we need to take you on board as well. Drummond knows of us and our mission. We need to recruit you to our purpose. It's not really, I suppose, a choice. Or rather, there's always a choice. But now that you know what you know, we can't allow you to go free, as I'm sure you understand. And I'm going to give a quick look at Slab.
The choice is, you go willingly, or I fucking drag you there by your feet.
I'm going to shake my head slightly. I'm going to say, I believe, I assume that you're all God Emperor-fearing servants of the Imperium. But now I must ask you whether you accept this... sorry, is that you going to say something, Fairness, was it?
Well, Fairness was just going to say, it's a good life, it's a good life. You might get shot up or your skin rotted from your bones, or... No, it's a good life.
The pay is good, and the food's not too bad, and the company is unparalleled. So I must ask you, will you accept this duty, or will you refuse?
Karel steps forward first, and he just pulls down his body glove, and across his chest he has...
That's the way you was going with that, then.
Just gets his boobs out. Across his chest he has a tattoo of an Imperial Aquila and a load of script all across his torso of just basically high Gothic prayers. And he says, my dad was an arbiter. His dad before him was an arbiter. His dad before him was an arbiter. His dad before him was a fishmonger, but his dad before him were an arbiter as well. Serving the Emperor is in my blood. It is in my genes. And if the next step of my service is to join you in your holy mission, I humbly accept. And he makes the sign of the Aquila, and he drops to one knee before you, Venetta.
Okay.
Greta says, I do not have any fishmongers in my family, but I am... she shows the brand on the back of her neck, and Aquila again. She says, I am a sanctioned psyker of His Holiness's design. It would be remiss of me to do anything but also acquiesce to your demand. And she looks at Slab as she says this. She also drops to one knee and makes a sign of the Aquila. Esther looks around at everyone and says, Inquisition. You must have some interesting books.
Our base of operation is unparalleled. And you must have known already. You must have suspected. You've seen too much already.
I mean, come on. It was pretty obvious from the fucking start, weren't it? Like, oh, he's come from the 420th precinct. Hang on a minute. I had a bit here. Had a bit. Hang on. I knew something was up with that fucking Mortalis. That fucking arm of his must have cost a small fortune. Esther was with you when you grabbed Thalix Graven. Life savings on a fucking arbiter's salary? Come on. And then we bagged that Graven guy. I did a little digging after that. Seemed funny how Gaius' operation was all off the books. Turns out there was no Mortalis in the 420th precinct. like I said, I'm no fool. And then down there, whatever we saw down there, that was the work of the warp. Greta looks up at this and says, yes, the dead only rise through power. I could smell it above the stink of the death, the stench of the warp. Esther says, out of respect for Justicar Drummond, I never said nothing, but I suspected for a time that Mortalis was involved in something a bit more serious than just a bombing of a precinct. And Drummond says, yeah, I mean, she's got a point. She came to me twice saying she thought Mortalis was some sort of heretical plant or something. I told her to fucking mind her own business.
Like a plant from those Death Worlds.
No,
The carnivorous type.
not that sort of plant. Fucking Jesus, Feminist. I thought you were smart. Anyway,
Oh, sorry. I've seen a lot.
Esther reaches into her top, pulls out a brass Aquila necklace, and she says, yeah, I'm in.
So Vanetta's going to say, oh, yeah, good. That was easy. That was straightforward, right? About Gaius, there has been a complication there. He's been he didn't quite come out of that battle unscathed.
Complete.
Yeah. He we're going to have to do some work on him. He might not be the same man that you remember. He might be less. You'll see. It's let's show you our base of operations. We've hidden within this really charming place, the Carnival of Catastrophe. You're gonna love it. But unfortunately, you may get some odd looks. They don't like Arbite around here. Is it possible for you to hide your nature? Or
I mean, they're not wearing Arbite
they're
uniforms or armour. They're not even armed.
Okay, great, perfect.
Justicar Drummond has been down here before. He knows the score.
Okay.
So.
Cool. So I'm going to say to Drummond, I'm going to say, if you're going to release them to our, so what's the plan here? Are they intending to go back, or was the intention for them to go back to carry on as they are? Just remind me what happened last time, because I say my memory's shambolic.
The plan was that they would carry on like Gaius is, working out of the precinct, but they are now aware of what Gaius is doing, so that Gaius doesn't have to sneak about as much at the precinct. He can act a little bit more openly. It also means that if he wants to do any Inquisition work, he doesn't have to sneak off without his team. He can take some or all of them with him if he wants. And, the four of them and Drummond can basically tell any other Arbites, this is Arbite's business they're going on, and no one will question it. So you've basically made Gaius' life a lot fucking easier by bringing them in.
Cool. So I'm going to say to him, let's show you our base operations. We'll give you the grand tour. And maybe you can think of some way, or something you can use from it, or some way you can improve it.
And also another thing is, while Gaius it's going to take a bit of time for Gaius to be rebuilt. While Gaius is being rebuilt, Carell's going to take over Gaius's power play. Gaius gets to make the shots, so you get to decide what Carell does, but the rolls will be made with Carell's stats. Until Gaius comes out of surgery. Well, not surgery, the workshop, I suppose.
Yeah.
Agree now.
We'll take him to the to the gate of the carnival.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so as you pass through the carnival, there's not a lot of people about. There's just the handful of workers at the stalls, things like that. Maybe one or two people that are nipping out to the toilet from the big top or to get something to eat. As you cross the bridge, Jackson Strang see you all approach with these new arrivals. They don't bother you or Slab or Ferenus or Titulos or even Drummond. But as Carell walks past Jackson Strang, you see, like at the corner of your eye, they both seem to be watching him. And Strang goes, I can smell copper. Can you? Drummond.
Does he say that loud enough for us all to hear? Does it?
Yeah, definitely loud enough for you all to hear. Drummond sort of takes Corell's arm. Corell begins to turn as if he's going to say something, and Drummond takes his arm and tries to lead him away. Anyone doing anything?
Yeah, I'll walk up to Jax and put my hand upon his shoulder and say, "These guys are with me. I mean, you're not wrong. They are, but please just trust me. I wouldn't put the carnival at any risk. You're not wrong. He's definitely a pig."
I'd like you to make
a fellowship roll.
a fellowship
please.
roll. If you've got any particular fellowship skills,
No.
like charm, I don't think Vanetta has. But you are going to get a bonus for this because you're kind of well respected around here. So you are... Where's Vanetta? There she is. The carnival. You get a +5. No, that's not
no.
right.
Can't be right.
No, you get a +10.
Okay, so do we have anything else we can try here? So let me just have a little look for a character sheet. I'm just looking for anything I can lag.
Just going to grab a beer.
Okay, we'll try that. So do you say +10? I'd like to use a fate point for a +10 as well.
Yeah, sure.
That's passed at one.
Nice. Jack says, "Well, it's a bit irregular, like, you know. Don't be bringing them through here at peak times like this. If you've got to bring such an obvious pig through the carnival, you know, do it after we close or before we open, when there's just us freaks around. They're not people from all over the place. Does Canni know about this?"
Vanetta's going to think about lying, and then she's going to say, "No, Canny's away, but I'm sure he wouldn't mind. I'm sure he trusts me."
Yeah, I'm not doubting that. It's just, you know how he feels about coppers, didn't you?
Yeah, you can't stand them.
He fucking hates them.
But it's just a temporary measure, and please just trust me. I wouldn't wish any harm upon the carnival.
Right, well, I'll tell you what. I'll keep it under my hat. Just me and Strang here. Yeah? Strang says, "Under my hat." We'll not tell old Wiley, but you make sure you do tell Canni when you can, yeah?
Sure. I mean, we don't have secrets. Me and Canny.
No, of course you don't, yeah. Love's young
Well,
dream.
trust me, they don't.
All right, yeah. All right, okay.
I've seen things.
Have you been
Wiggy
fella?
things.
Vanetta's going to blush.
Oh, right.
Floppy things.
All right, I'll get. I think I get where you're coming from, big fella. Right. Anyway, yeah, you just, you vouch for these people. That's fine. But any trouble? Well, you know how we deal with things down here, don't you?
Oh yes, I'm well aware. And there won't be any trouble, will there? I'm going to look at Carol.
No trouble at all, Miss Kellamere. You think there might be trouble?
Yeah.
You what? Sorry, Hayden.
Okay.
Corel. Since I'm not really Theranos anymore. This
You,
is my power play man.
no, it's Johnny's character, Corel. Johnny's new character is Corel, so he's not going to be featured much until Johnny's back anyway. So.
No.
Well, I'll try and usher him to the mansion as quickly as possible then.
Okay, you get back to the mansion with no particular issues after this. There's no one lurking around the shanty town. There's not even Dirty Ken, unusually. He's normally, somewhere mucking out a toilet. But no, there's no sign of him. Are you taking them in?
Yeah, we'll take him in. It's time to chuck him in the deep end, so give him the grand tour.
Okay, you take them in. Is there
Did
anything
Fat Fanny seals?
No fat fannies. There's no one. All there is the guys
Don't-
or the
don't
women
wanna
that run
see
the
that.
food and drink stalls. That's pretty much the only people that are about. Everyone else seems to be busy somewhere else.
Yeah, well, I'd like to take him in, give him the grand tour, show him our facilities, and welcome him to the Inquisition.
Okay.
Introduce him to people.
All right. So we'll unless you feel any need to play out any of that, we'll just assume that that's all done in a big group meet and greet. They've met some of you before anyway. Or Corell and Esther have. I don't know about Greta because she's the latest recruit. But a couple of them have met you before when you first went to Port Gaia before the Speyer incident happened.
All right.
So yeah. So eventually they are briefed. There are rooms for them if they do ever need to stay over as well. They're given excuse me. Trantia and Siegfried haven't yet left because this happened sort of earlier in the day. Trantia and Siegfried lead at the end of the day. Trantia issues them all with a small hollow wafer, which can be plugged into a data slate, which is kind of like a bit of a hi, you've decided to join the Inquisition kind of briefing pack, and it basically details some very vague rules and guidelines for how one addresses inquisitors, what the correct procedures are for certain things within the Inquisition. This is something that Siegfried and Gaius were never given. Siegfried and Gaius were basically just like, yeah, you're in the Inquisition now, off you go. But Trantia seems to be taking a bit of a lead in this and trying to acclimatise them. And after a couple of hours, off they go back to the port. They are available. Obviously, that's Hayden's power play team. There's three of them, one of which is Johnny's permanent secondary character. The idea behind them being three of them is that when we do a Gaius mission, everyone has a fucking character to play there. At some point during that couple of hours, before Ferinus and Titulos drive them back to Port Gaia, Gaius.
Oh,
Siegfried's.
Sorry, just one thing, just a little quick thing. Can we give them the option of taking something from the armory if they wanted to before they go back?
That's fine. They'll have a look round. They probably don't need it, but I'll check.
Yeah, I don't know.
They're pretty well equipped, I think. I mean, Corell's fucking shotgun is a weapon of nightmares that I wish I'd never given him, but it's fucking brutal. But anyway, yeah. So at some point while all that's going on, they might take a few bits and pieces, but who knows? Gaius, you're wherever you are in a jar, still in Jeeves's hand at this point. This is probably at some point in the early evening when you were hanging out with Siegfried. Siegfried's disappeared for a bit to get something to eat, and you're alone in the lounge with Jeeves holding you. And the door opens to the lounge, and Ferinus and Titulos appear. They're in full flak armour. They're armed. They look like they've been out somewhere. And Titulos sees you and goes, "Oh, all right, Gaius." Comes over, and for a moment he looks like he's addressing Jeeves, and then seems to get confused and starts to address the tank. And he says, "You all right, buddy? How you feeling in there?"
spaced out. Ha 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 ha.
Well,
Cloud 9. Ha ha.
nice.
Looking forward to getting back some feet. Ha 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 ha.
It's
Oh well.
it's nice to see you can laugh about it, mate.
Oh, better laugh than cry. I'm sure the Emperor has a plan for us all. Luckily,
Yeah.
we met Lady Pagni.
Yeah, it is a stroke of luck, innit? Imagine what would have happened if we hadn't met her. Ferinus says, "So, what's it like, Gaius, being just a brain?"
Liberating, like I've shed my old skin and life and embraced the new. Feel like I'm going to be reborn.
I mean, if we
And,
get
it's a
technically,
bit
you're
weird,
not wrong, are
obviously,
you?
like, I feel like I could have scratched my balls for days, but I know I don't have any or any hands to scratch them with. Hey,
Titulos, as you say that, says, "Oh, you got like that phantom limb syndrome, you lose a bit
everything,
and you
yeah.
can feel it." Because our old Sarge, right,
Yeah.
he lost his leg, right, and he said sometimes he could feel it aching, even though it weren't there no more.
I kind of know how it feels actually, because a certain time of every night, my back starts tingling like it wants me to do something.
Muscle memory's a fucking bitch, innit?
Yeah, isn't it?
It says, "Oh, well,
Still have a bit of a twitch on.
It says,
Well, then, but you couldn't see it.
Fairness says,
I
"Anyway,
found
look at this, Gaius," and he gets really close to your single eye, your old eye that's on the glass tank. He says, "Look at this," and he like opens his eye up, and you can see he's got an augmetic eye now. He says, "I got this, like yours, but I got a targeter in that in it, and I can see in the dark now, but I have to shut one eye." And Titulos says, "Yeah, look," and he takes off his jacket, and you can see he's got this cybernetic arm that's a bit like yours, but it's not covered in synth flesh. It's just entirely mechanical. He says it's pretty weird, like choosing to lose an arm. I know you didn't like make the choice, did you? But Veneta was most insistent about it. She's in charge now, right?
How do you feel about losing limb?
I mean, to be perfectly honest, guys, I kind of didn't want to go through with it, but Venetta's like, she's getting really bossy, mate. She was going on about how it'd be good for us and good for the team and good for the God Emperor, and I kind of felt like I had to. And then when you got all fucked up, me and Tits were talking and says like, maybe we should, as a mark of honour and respect to you, because you lost an eye and an arm, and then you lost everything else. So we were like, we didn't want you to feel like all on your own. So
I your sentiment, I do, but don't chase me too far down this rabbit hole, or you might be just a brain in the jar.
Yeah. You're doing real, yeah. Chin up, guys. You sound like you're in good spirits. I think you're dealing with it real well.
It's okay.
Spirits, you get it? Good spirit. Anyway, and
yeah.
Titular says, "Anyway, look, Gaius, Theranos has got something to tell you, ain't you, bro?" And he nudges Theranos forward. He says, "Yeah. So while you was down Ive, right, Gaius sent us to your precinct, right? Pick up the geezer you grabbed in the mid-Ive. That one that helped make..." And he gestures vaguely around at the mansion. He told me not to mention his name while we were in the mansion, and despite being above average intelligence as I am, and being completely aware of the identity of that man and his relation to our spiritual guest, I did mention his name, and Alyssa kind of like tore him to bits. So, despite one of the Mechanicus's most wanted traitors, an associate of Cyric Scale, the man who made the neural links and assisted in the creation of our spirit friend, being in your custody for 2 whole weeks and never been interrogated, he's now dead, less than 24 hours after being in our custody. And I can't help but feel...
turns red.
So I can't help but feel
Did you hear a
partially responsible.
Screech in the box. And you see bubbles popping out the jar from who knows where, but yes,
I'm
red.
I'm really sorry.
And a binary screech. And you hear words like imbecile. What the hell did you think you're doing?
Don't know what came over me.
Wait until I have a hand to slap you with. Beep, beep, beep. 011000111.
Oh, he's gone fucking wrong. He's like, look, I'm sorry, guys. It was like I wanted control of my own actions or something. Anyway, Gladstock's already dished out some punishment for my transgression, but he was your prisoner, guys. So when you're back on your feet, if you wanted to punish me some more or whatever, I'm just saying, I'd understand. Or if there's anything, I can do to help you with your current predicament, you just say the word.
I'm be red brain at the moment.
The water, the fluid in the jar is just bubbling.
Yeah. You can see condensation melding on the inside of the jar.
Well, anyway, it's nice talking with you guys.
Nice talking to you too, Everness.
See you soon. Your mates are here. We've got to give them a lift home. So we'll catch you later.
What police?
Yeah, Corel and Esther and is it Greta?
The mansion.
Yeah.
I thought they were supposed to be in the dark.
No, well, Vinetta's decided after what happened down in the Gallows Way and all that, they've seen too much. It was one choice or another, weren't it? Bring them in or...
It's very easy.
It is, but they could be useful. It could be useful. That blue chick, I think she's a bit like Trantia, I think she's a witch.
No witness.
Anyway, this has given me much to think on. Everness.
Right, yeah.
Look forward to seeing you soon, Ferretness.
Yeah, right, okay. Yeah, can't wait. And the Syrians, fuck off.
Hold on, Jeeves. Take Ferret's and
what was that?
I'm asking Jeeves to
shake his
hand for yeah. Well, hold me with your arm.
Jeeves puts you down on a table and holds out his hand to Ferrenus. Ferrenus gingerly reaches out, takes Jeeves' hand.
Firm handshake, Jeeves. Now.
Does give Ferrenus a very firm handshake, and Ferrenus is a bit like. He doesn't crush him. He doesn't crush him. He doesn't hurt him. He just gets a good hold and shakes him very vigorously. Jeeves, Ferrenus is like, "Oh, fucking Jesus! Oh, what's going on?"
That's the limit of my power now, Ferrenus. You've caught me at a low point.
Okay. Eventually, Ferrenus and Titulos fuck off. They take the Arbites back with Justicar Drummond. And as the day ends and a new one begins, it's time to talk a little about power play. There's been some changes made behind the scenes or behind the screen to power play. Some of the stuff that you don't normally get to see is now going to be visible to you. So if you look in the power play section of Roll20, you'll see a handout called Your Character Name, Power Play Status. If you open that, you can see how your character's doing at power play. It tells you things like knowledge of your particular faction, which is generated by doing your low and high risk faction work. As before, low risk guarantees the small increase in rep for faction and faction leader. High risk is a specific thing tailored to your character, involves a couple of roles. One is a conduct role, which is modified by your power figure reputation bonus, which you should also now be able to see. You also gain a bonus for the followers that you have with you. If you look further down, there's like a table, and it tells you what your different followers grant you. And basically, they all have classes like player characters do. And each class gives you different modifiers. So when you recruit further followers in the future, you can balance them and give yourself modifiers to the things that you're maybe not as good at. The second role is always a knowledge-based role as well during high risk, which you get a bonus from your faction reputation. And then there's a third role that you'll be making now when you do these power play things, which is creating your faction influence, which you can also see. We'll come back to that later. Once you gain 10 knowledge points, or multiples of 10, you then can carry out an operation optionally, which Gaius, I believe you have one available at the moment, but being a brain in a jar,
I'm gonna take it out.
You can't really do it, but Corel can do it for you.
All right,
we'll come back to that.
Have
on the
me
next.
held by Jeeves.
I don't
think
think that's a good idea.
Supervise.
But Corel will be able to carry out your stuff for you if you want. He doesn't have to. It's entirely up to you. So
witnesses.
Operations are, as before, an abstract behind-the-scenes mission, which we don't play out properly. We just play out with a couple of dice rolls. They can still be dangerous, but they gain actionable intel, which is what you need. An actionable intel creates the missions. When you get multiples of 10 actionable intel, that's what triggers these randomly generated missions. You can take a number of followers on these missions. I think Gaius can take 3 at the moment, Canni 2, Siegfried 3, Hannibal 3. And these are obviously the other characters that we've made for your power play. As that number increases, you'll be able to take additional people with you. And whoever's mission it is will get to choose who controls which. And then obviously doing the missions gives you power play points. Reaching 50 doesn't win the game. It triggers a major shift in the storyline, is the best way to describe it. But then I just want to go back to this faction influence thing. So you can all see you've got some faction influence. If you open in Power Play, you'll see another handout called Power Play Rules Summary. And if you scroll to the bottom of that, there is this table. And this shows what you can spend your influence on. Spending faction influence. So you can buy rank 1 followers, rank 2 followers, rank 3 followers. You can upgrade rank 1 and 2 to 2 and 3. That isn't character rank like leveling up. That's specific to power play. So you'll see that all your followers at the moment give you like a +5 modifier to certain things. That's because they're rank 1. If you upgrade them to rank 2, they give a +10. If you upgrade them to rank 3, they give a +15. You can also purchase contacts, which is like a 1-use +10 to any test in a low or high risk operation. You can purchase knowledge of your faction. It says Decilium Underworld in there, but it means of your faction. So if you think you're really struggling to get some knowledge, you can spend 200 faction influence and buy some. You can buy intel for 400. So if you're really struggling to generate missions because you're rolling bad, you can basically buy the points to help trigger missions. And then at the bottom of that summary page, there's also this power figure reward thing. So as your reputation with the power figure goes up, you gain these things automatically. So as you can see, you all at one point had at least 10 reputation. You were given an oath cog and 2 followers. Some of you are now below 10 reputation, Canni, somehow. But you do still have 2 followers. You never lose those followers. But as you get more reputation with your power figures, you'll open more slots for followers, gain access to better equipment, gain access to a vehicle later on. All sorts of things can happen with power play. So I'm just trying to make it a bit more transparent, a bit less opaque as to how it has been in the past. So, power play, day 31. Canni.
Hello.
Tell a lie, this is actually last night. This is right at the end of day 30. It's the end of another day of doing whatever it is you've been doing. I think it was just tossing it off, power playing.
No. I got some points last time.
Oh, you did?
Oh, yeah, got some nice rolls. So.
You sit
Straight back in it.
You sit now in the small room that you've been given in the bowels of the workers' house district. A simple cot, a storage locker, your chem equipment, an occasionally flickering lumen globe in the ceiling around which small arachnids have spun their webs. The distant, muffled thud of pound music comes from Ludmilla's den, booming through the 2 meters of concrete that separate the legitimate half of King Sanchez's operation with the darker aspects below. The smell of obscura, sweat, blood, and other fluids heavy in the air. Blood. You can hear the voices of others who dwell here. Other enforcers, gun hands, runners, pick sharks, loomjacks, all vying for a spot in the king's inner circle. Flow, crimson
flow. Soak thine fields and thine soul in the glorious juice of life. By blade and by claw, by tooth and by maw, let flow the precious fluid.
There's a pulse in your head.
Dear. Oh dear.
The pulse that accompanies this whispering voice. It shrieks suddenly, and you stand in a field of bone. Endless bone. And as far as the eye can see, there is naught but bone. Vast piles of bleached white bone beneath an alien sun that burns in a night sky. This makes no sense. Where are you? Is this a dream? Have you been hitting the Obscura a little hard again, Canni? There are structures here, towering things that claw at the sky like huge black fingers of some gigantic hand. And there is no sound save for that of the wind moaning through open skulls that litter the area, gazing at you with empty sockets. The sound is like the wail of a million mourners crying out in anguish.
No, this one is mine,
Says the voice. The bones shudder and shift. Make a fear test, please.
So that's a willpower test, I guess?
Yeah, straight willpower test.
Just going to check my character. I don't think I got anything against fear. Getting to the stage where I can get stuff against it, but I don't think I do.
Yeah, not yet.
Okay, nope. So, right, so straight fellowship. Oh, straight willpower, rather. Let's go for it. Pass.
Well done.
Canni's renowned for his willpower, so.
Yeah. You sort of laugh, shrug it off. Whatever's going on here is bullshit. The vision ends. But in its wake, there is a faint feeling of nausea and sickness. Like the feeling you had down in the bowels of the city when you faced Col Horgarth's herald and destroyed it. You look around at your obscure equipment. Yeah. That was just the drugs, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, just the drugs. The following morning, Canni, it is Power Play Day 31. What would Canni like to do today?
One thing I'd like to do now I'm back here is do a bit of shopping. There was a guy here I bought some firebombs off before.
There was?
I would also like to find a fence. So I'm sorry I don't want to necessarily do a little bit of power play. I just want to try and do a bit of shopping and sell off. I've got like a Fabergé Brontosaurus.
Fabergé Brontosaurus, yeah. That's spring
pass it off, so.
Okay.
So yeah, so I don't know if this guy that I buy the firebombs off is a fence or if I can find one.
He is. You spoke to him. He sold you your drug making equipment as well, I think, didn't he?
Mm-hmm.
His name is Bean, I believe.
Bean. It's Bean, that's right.
Yeah. So Bean, he's often lurking around in the bowels of Ludmilla's den. He comes and goes quite often. You've also learned that there is what's known as Bean's Emporium somewhere. You haven't found this yet. Nobody's told you where it is. You get the impression it's a bit of a secret place that is by invitation only. But Bean, it's basically, Bean sells to anyone, but he only sells his best stuff to his mates, the really, really close mates, once he gets to know you a little bit. But every day he comes round and he asks you if there's anything you need, anything he can get for you. And he comes to you today and says, all right there, big lad, what is it? You looking to sell? You looking to buy? What you got today, eh?
I'm going to be dressed slightly differently to last time you saw me. I'll be dressed in the full get-up. And I'll say to him, I've got this special pretty thing for you. Look at this.
I'll show him the Brontosaurus.
Ooh! Fucking hell! That is a fancy piece of merchandise and no fucking mistake! What are you looking for? You looking for trade? You looking for cash?
I'm looking for hard thrones.
Hard phones, right? Well, I mean, this is a bit of an upmarket thing, as I'm sure you understand, being a gentleman of taste, as you are, quite clearly. So I tell you what, give me till the end of the day. I'll go show it to a couple of people I know and see what they're interested in, see what I can shift it for. I'll come back and give you the offer. How's that?
Delightful. Do you have anything for sale?
That depends on what it is you're looking to buy, my good man.
I'm all out of Molotov cocktails at the minute.
Oh, you want some Bernie bombs? I can fucking do your Bernie bombs, no problem, mate. No problem at all.
Yeah, can I have a look at his wares, please?
Yeah.
Can't remember what he sells and what he doesn't, but the firebombs are things I definitely need.
So he generally has a suitcase with him, with a few bits and pieces in, which it's mostly a few specialist ammunition rounds, grenades, explosives, firebombs, like you had before, and drugs. That's what he tends to carry all the time. But you, like I say, you have these rumours that he can buy and sell all sorts of stuff.
Okay. Well, I'll take my time. I'm just going to I'll ask him for 10 firebombs to start me off, please.
Okay. Firebombs. Okay. He says, I've only got a couple on me, mate, but when I come back later with your price, I'll bring the rest. How's that?
Acceptable.
All right, 10 firebombs. That'll set you back 50 thrones.
10 firebombs. Can I pay him for the ones that he's actually going to give me? So.
Yep. Yeah, it's 5 thrones per firebomb.
So how many? Is it 2, do you say, or 3?
He's got 2 on him at the moment.
Go for a couple of firebombs.
Okay.
I think that'll probably do for Bean for now.
All right.
The other thing, yeah, so I've got a couple of followers, right? So what do I need to get a third follower? What's the thing that I'm trying to get for that?
Okay, so you need to get reputation with King Sanchez, basically.
Oh dear.
So let me just get your power play status up. Yeah, so you were at something like, I think you were at nearly 20. And then I can't remember what you did, but you slipped, and now you're at 8. So to get another follower, you need to be at 30 reputation.
So I'm miles off.
But it can quickly escalate depending on what you do.
I'd like to put out the call to my existing followers. Now I'm back in town.
Yeah.
And speak to them.
Okay. Yeah, they're normally lurking around Ludmilla's den. There's this big. I mean, there's the bar itself upstairs, but there's also this big area downstairs. It's like where all the vehicles are kept. It's like a DOS house for the gangers. There's always like a sort of grimier, dirtier version of Pound always playing somewhere. The air's always thick with Obscura and engine oil. And there's normally 20 to 30 gangers lounging around here, and you find Consuela and Santiago there easy enough.
I'm back in town. I'm gonna show off my new voice.
Hey, it's been a long time, hombre. Santiago, I'm getting loads of feedback off Alan with the Bane voice on
sorry.
me.
Sorry. Let me. Let's see what I can do about that.
So if I just turn it off and fuck it off for now. I've had loads of trouble with my sound tonight, so
it just sometimes
yeah,
voice mod goes fucking loopy, doesn't it?
I'll fuck it off. So
You
I'll
can
say to him, I'll
set
say,
voice on, you have to hold down a button for it to actually activate.
Yeah, you can make it push to talk. Yeah.
yeah, I mean I struggle enough with basic tasks. I mean that sounds pretty advanced. I mean pretty high end. I don't know. So I'll say to him, I'll say. Yeah, I've been on a bender for a little bit. Yes, but I'm back in town now, and yes, it's time to get some things done.
Hey, we with you every step of the way, Canni. That was kind of the deal. We look after you, you look after us.
Consuela just sits there the whole time on a barrel of Promethium with the cap off, smoking an IO stick, and she's just she gives you a smile and a wink, but she doesn't say anything.
Do I know whether either of them can read?
You don't. You don't know.
Okay.
Um,
Okay.
I don't know.
It's time. It's time to make that decision. I'd like to pull out Hayden Walkington's beer recipe.
Oh.
Say, got something for you. I need someone to have a look at this and tell me what it says.
Just a second. I'm having some real problem with Consuela's character sheet. There we go.
That was the wrong accent, but never mind.
Okay. Santiago looks it over. Says, "Hey man, there's some big words in this, yo, but this looks like a recipe."
Yes. But what does it say?
Well, word for word, or you want the general gist?
I want to be able to make this recipe.
Oh shit, bro! Yo, that's no problem. I say we could do that. You know, we just need a bit of equipment. We need to get ourselves a still and some of these ingredients. You know, and then we can make this. I mean, he calls it beer, but you know, really, I don't think this is beer. I think it's a watered down spirit.
Okay. I'm gonna nod knowingly. So does the drug lab count as a still, or is that a separate bit of kit I'm gonna need?
You probably could use the drug lab, but it'd be in much smaller quantities. You know, if you want to mass-produce beer, you're going to need massive amounts of beer-making equipment. But Santiago is a dab hand with a welding torch.
So I'll leave Santiago with a recipe to basically translate it for Canni. And what's the other follower's name?
Consuela.
Consuela. I'm gonna say to Consuela, I'm gonna say,
Look, I need to be expanding my team. I mean, you two are great and all, but I need some real fucking killers in it. I need some fucking muscle. I need to go out and scout for some people, you know, some dangerous people. We're gonna have to grow the team.
Dangerous people, they say. That's all around you, you know?
Yeah, but you know, like a real extra class.
Okay, you're looking
No.
for people outside the Brotherhood? Is that what you're saying?
No, I'm saying no, just looking for the meanest, the least ethical, the heavily scarred kind of, you know, guys we got going around here. We don't need to look outside. Let's keep it local.
Okay, sure. I know a few guys I can, talk about if they want to come work with you, if that's what you're looking for.
yeah. So what I would like to do is just trying to put some feelers out for when I do get the squad size up. So.
So what happens, by the way, when you do unlock a character slot, you pick the character, you make them.
Okay.
You get to
So
choose their
yeah.
class, everything. So.
No, this is, I suppose that's just a bit of RP
Yeah.
to support that. So yeah, so that's all I want to do on the kind of faffing around side of it. So
Okay.
I can do my the actual doodah. So
Yeah.
probably do a high risk, I'd say.
Okay. High risk. Okay, so for you,
Can you just hold on a sec, please?
yeah.
I found a perfect Robo Gaius voice.
Go on.
I make League of Gentlemen references all the time.
It's this one. I am Robo Gaius.
League of Gentlemen.
You need to get voice mod, Gaius. You need to do that.
I'll think about it.
I learned the call in with talk of a local place for local. criminals.
Right, okay.
Yeah, I could do. I'm looking forward to about body.
Robo Gaius is going to be a lot of fun, I think. Okay, so you're doing high risk, Canni. So first of all, a conduct roll. Carouse, charm, deceive, or intimidate.
I'm gonna have another go. It's not even that. I'm gonna have another go with intimidate. It's my best roll for now. So you say if you keep doing it, you'll start to.
There's a bit of diminishing returns on it, yeah.
We'll carry on with that for now. So.
So we got? So you do get for high risk conduct, you do get a +10 for Consuelo and Santiago. If you look on your Canni's Power Play status handout, there are a couple of bonuses that kick in on this. So if you look at your followers, you'll see Consuelo and Santiago have the effect +5 high risk conduct.
Okay.
So they give you a +10 together, and also I think you add your faction reputation bonus to this, which is another +10. So you get a +20 in total.
Okay, so in that case, it's 2 degrees of success.
So you conduct, going around just being an intimidating motherfucker, you do pretty well at. The second roll for you, this is your knowledge gathering roll, is... Sorry, that's not true. That's not right, is it? It would... Sorry, you get your faction leader bonus to that roll. So you'd have only got 1 degree of success because you'd got a +15, not a +20.
Okay.
But then the knowledge gathering one, you get a +10 for the faction reputation.
Mhm.
And that's it, I think. Oh, and +5 knowledge gathering for Santiago because he is technically a tech priest. So that's a +15 again.
What am I rolling against for the...
Yeah.
remind me, please.
Yeah, so this one is... where are we? Awareness, inquiry, interrogation, or scrutiny.
Okay, again, I'll go with awareness because it's my best one. It's straight pass.
Yep, so that's 1 degree of success with the +15. Oh no, you've added the +15.
Just just a straight pass.
Yeah. Cool. Okay, so that's you done for the day.
Well, just before you move on, so you say you can spend the points to level these guys up.
You can, yeah.
How is that done? Or is so
just
I've
tell
got like
me.
a few points to spend. So
the
what
end
is
of
it
the day you can do
to?
it, so.
What's the cost to level them both up to level 2, or rank 2, or whatever it is? So the next rank.
Okay, so to take them up to rank 2 is 50 influence each.
Yeah. So yeah, and to go up to rank 3, what's that? So that's 100.
95 to do. It's 95 to go from rank 1 to 3.
So 95 each to go up to 1 to 3. Yeah. So yeah, I'll level them. I'll level them both up. I've got enough influence there. So.
Okay.
So that's what 100 and what did you say? 85.
95 in total.
95. Okay. So yeah, it's 190.
190.
Mhm.
What are you on now? 389.
Mhm.
Okay. Okay, so they're now maxed out, basically. They do level up as traditional characters as well, but this is just for the purposes of power play. Okay, so that change has now been made to your power play status sheet. I'm just going to add that onto your thing.
In a sort of computer game players min maxes, can I do that before I make my rolls?
No, it happens at the end of the day.
After? No, it's worth a punt. So.
Yeah, no, absolutely, James. I mean, Alan.
Can't blame a guy for us.
No, I don't. Okay, let me just update my little spreadsheet.
Yes, that's my go.
Okay. Why is that not? Seems odd. wonky maths going on here. Hang on. Fuck. Okay. That's better. Right. So that's you done for that day.
Hmm?
Gaius, you have been taken to Pagni Tower, where you will basically be discussing with Lady Pagni and Magos Groos, this heavily augmented tech priest, the details of your body and what it's going to be. And we've already discussed this between ourselves, so there's no need to go over that again. Magos Groos says it might take a few days to build, not that long, because most of it is parts that are already available, and they're just going to tailor the externals of them to closely resemble your original body. And they have scans of you from where you came before for your arm and your eye to be done. So they've got something to work with. Most of the time is going to be spent literally assembling or modifying, pre-made legs and arms and putting them all together. The one tricky bit is going to be the installation of the brain. And he does actually suggest he'd like Dr. Pench, who performed your surgery, to assist with this in a few days' time. So Gaius is going to be a little bit out of the game for the next few days of power play. But in the meantime, we'll do Corel. Corel can take over from Gaius in power play if you'd like to do that. I can't hear you, Hayden. There we go.
Gaius's power. I'm happy leaving Gaius's power play until Gaius can roll for his power play, if that's okay.
That's entirely up to you. I just wanted to give you the choice of.
It's just I don't want to lose. I don't want to lose all my hard-earned fluky rolls because I've had loads.
Yeah, that's
and I know
absolutely
Gaius
fine.
got a higher chance of doing them all because he's tailored for it.
That's fine. I just wanted to give you the option of doing that if you wanted to do it, because Gaius is out of the picture for it.
But it's also it'll get me on the board quicker with thing like that as well.
Yeah. So the plan is, this is currently day 31. Day 35 is going to be when Gaius is installed into his new body. It might not all work straight away, depending on Dr. Pench and Magos Groos. But I personally think that's going to be one of the best bits of the game, when Gaius comes online and only some of his stuff works. Because I've created some rules for Gaius malfunctioning in the first day or so, and I think that'll be the best session we've ever played.
You are terminating me, are you?
No, I'm not terminating you. I'm going
No.
Do you, I'm going to turn you into a bit of a Johnny Five for a session. And we're gonna. And the best thing is, I've got a whole mini adventure planned for you all to get to know Robo Gaius. But Robo Gaius is going to be a source of much amusement for the whole game, and no one will know what's going on, Hayden, except for me and you. And I think it's going to be a lot of fun.
Okay.
So but that's going to be a few in-game days time. So we'll come back to that. So if you're happy to skip over Gaius for now.
Yeah, get me in on the board quicker, as I say.
Okay. So then it's Siegfried, but Siegfried's not here. Again, had a little thing for Siegfried prepared here too. Bastard, Johnny. I'll go for a wee, grab a drink, and then we'll deal with Hannibal.
Say something over Dave. Did he say something, Hayden?
I forgot now.
I say, did other Dave say something? I'm just trying to... I can't hear anything from him. I don't know if he's not here or if I've lost his audio.
No, I muted the mic by mistake.
Welcome back. It's because I can't see your lovely face, so. I don't
That's
know.
because I'm laying down. I can't be bothered sitting up today. I'm
It's
vegging.
it's no bother. It's just like I say, it's only because I lose people's audio that it makes me a bit paranoid when I've not heard anyone for a while. Because sometimes I'll lose someone and they'll just be talking for ages, and I won't, I won't hear it, and it's happening quite consistently. So
Quite hyped for Robo Gaius.
yeah,
That's reborn.
yeah, we're gonna chuck all the thrones we got into it, I think. We're gonna beggar the mansion.
Might as well. Be
Yeah,
fun.
might as well.
I'm enjoying just being a brain, to be honest, at the moment.
So the last session was one of the most fun sessions I've ever had in any sort of game. It was a lot of fun. Playing around that brain in a jar was delightful. So I fully enjoyed it, the whole session. So
But everything, we was cracking some jokes off. It's a lot of laughs. Maybe I should rewatch it back.
yeah, it was good.
Getting buried.
It was a good one. It was up there. So.
What's that? Sorry.
The last session, as in the one where we got the kind of reveal on what's happening to Gaius, and the whole session and playing around it, and all the kind of interactions was, I'll say, one of the most fun games I've ever had in any sort of session. You know what I mean? It was.
Yeah, it was
I had
good.
it was funny as fuck. It really was. So yeah, I really enjoyed that kind of that last game we had. So
Right, hang on a sec. I just need to. Something's not right here.
yeah, so you were sending me some direct message, and I'm thinking, oh, that's a bit harsh. That.
What Dave was.
As in, like when Canni learned that we're going to chop away everything but the brain, I thought, oh, that's a bit harsh.
Yeah.
A bit harsh, that.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I quite enjoyed that reveal. That was a lot of fun for me. Whatever you do, don't eat Gaius.
So don't eat Gaius.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
I was warned away from it.
Oh yeah, you'd be rotten, wouldn't you? Plagues.
That doesn't make sense at all.
Did you eat his arm, Alan? Did you eat his arm?
I mean, if I did, would you expect me to tell you? I mean,
No.
what I will say is I've eaten things on the sly,
Yeah. I know.
One day, I'm sure you will find out one way or the other. But...
Yeah, he probably will.
Point at you from inside Canni's belly. Gaius's finger. Still in your belly. Don't point it.
No,
With bits of Otto now.
Yeah.
What is going on here?
I have no comment at this juncture, Hayden.
That's cool.
No comment.
Sorry,
That's good trump.
I fucked something
I'm,
up
gl-
here. Just
I'm,
give me a
I'm
moment.
glad I'm not there to smell it. So.
Yeah, I ain't been eating fish for a while actually.
All right. Okay. Ah, shit.
You're right, Dave.
Yeah, I've
That's it.
fucked something up. Just give me a moment.
When's the gathering? Is it later this month? The last.
Not next week, week after.
Yeah, so it's August bank holiday weekend.
All day. Looking forward to it. Sweet wizard pirate outfit now. Wizard.
It's something new for you. Have you not played a wizard in all your years of LARPing? Like,
I've had level 1 spellcasting when I first went, and I did enjoy that for chucking a few counters around to keep me alive. But I thought got loads of combat skills and extra debuffs. I thought, well, why don't I go as a light armored mage, minimal casting, but level 2 for bit of a glass cannon really, but should be fun.
yeah, but if they can't
Gallon.
actually hit you with their swords, then you don't need armor, right?
I know. No. That's what Johnny says. Nobody ever manages to hit me anyway. So, and I'm going with a pole this time as well, which will be
Hard to get past, I'm sure.
Well, I can stay at range and fire magic off, can't I? So that's the plan. Just be really right dick with a pole getting in the way and need to save a bit for the evening to mug people. Sleep's been upgraded now.
All right.
Right. Sorry about
So I
that.
guess I get like balance changes over time, I guess. And,
Yeah, like any system is for us. They've managed to make a rule book what's easy to understand now. It reads well.
So they've got with the 21st.
It's like they've written it with common sense. Yeah, it's like they've written it with common sense a little bit more. Yeah, I like to fucking procrastinate on all these things.
Right, so Hannibal, it is you. On what is your third day of power play, but is technically day 31. At the moment, you haven't gained any knowledge of the Beast House or operations to be done or any intel. It's all a bit elusive. You've been wandering around the mid-hive asking questions of the seedier corners of Hive Dislim. What you've learnt is there are legal sanctioned fighting pits and arenas across this hive and across the sector where people are pitted against each other for money. Sometimes it's to the death, sometimes first blood, various rules. And sometimes against beasts, but that's not what you're interested in. You're interested in the seedier version of that. The Beast House is this organization that smuggles Xenos in for arena fighting and for, wealthy people to have private zoos. And we're not talking about an Amble or a Grox from a certain planet. We're talking about some really fucked up shit. And so far, your questioning hasn't got you very far. But it's only been a couple of days. So how would you like to spend today?
Same as I was. Working the low places.
All right. So you were doing low risk last time, by my reckoning.
Mm-hmm.
So low risk automatically generates some stuff for you. But there is also a roll as well. So you can make a specific roll. What is it? It's a fellowship test with a little bonus. Do you have a low? None of them give you low risk conduct bonuses, do they? Because they're all guard. But you do get a plus 15 from Mr. Crimson Reputation. Because this is basically to, not because everyone knows you work for him, but it's just in the right situation you can invoke his name.
I'm not going to have that roll.
Okay, you're going to fade to point it. Okay. Let's see. All right. Okie dokie. So there's no bonus for that, but you do still gain a small amount of reputation, which hasn't added on either. My fucking spreadsheet's all gone to shit. Why is it? It's a bit weird. There we go. Okay, so your reputation has increased. That is already out of date, but it increases a little bit more. It should have been 36, not 34. Doesn't change your bonus anyway, but it's now 39 as a result of today. Next up, after Hannibal, Veneta. This is day 6 of your augmentation process. So you've had the arm and the eye done. What you're basically going through now is the waiting for certain things to be completed in your absence. You've got a handout called Veneta's augmentation process. So today's the final day of that thing happening behind the scenes.
Sorry, where's... oh, there we go.
Yeah.
Found it.
So you've got...
What day are we on? Sorry, did you say?
6. So there's no benefit to you going back to Lady Pagni's today. You've got the subdermal armour has begun to be done. The eye, the arm, the MIU, and the associated bits with the MIU have all been done. They're not all online yet, but they've been done. They've been rebuilding your... or making your new gastric system. Today's the last day of that. So from tomorrow onwards, at any point you can go back to have that installed. But when you do, it takes you out of the game for 2 days. Okay?
So I was probably going to fuck off the actual project I was on. What I wanted to do was to assist in Gaius's reconstruction. Which would obviously go, I guess, involve going back to Lady Pagni's.
Yeah.
And the other thing I wanted to do, because we're probably going to blow all our thrones on Gaius, is to investigate the possibility of trying to earn thrones. And the thing that Veneta has to sell is obviously repairing things, and I guess there's never enough tech priests around. So I wanted to kind of broach it with Pagni, like, can we actually make a bit of money just by doing a bit of repair work to try and offset some of the... I know I'm going to chuck a lot of thrones that... we've already done it on the Bionics, right? And we're probably going to do it on Hayden as well, right? So we're probably going to bankrupt the mansion.
So Lady Pagni is willing to offer you employment working under Magos Gru. So he's obviously a much more talented tech priest.
I mean, that's just a matter of opinion, but
it's really not. But yeah, I can't remember that. I did work out how much Gaius was going to cost, and I can't remember where I made a note of it. But it's in the region.
You messaged me it.
It was in the region of like 200 grand or something.
200 grand mana.
That's not as bad as I had thought.
No.
But I still also want to chuck some thrones at him. You know what I mean? Like, we don't want to skimp on Rover Gaius. Like, we want all the fucking.
Oh, it's all the mod cons.
All the mod cons.
I don't want to give spoilers away because I think it'll be fun for when it becomes a part of the game for you all to witness what Gaius becomes. But he's going to be very high tech. He's going to have a lot of bells and whistles. He's got some cool stuff. But that 200 grand, all I'll say is the 200 grand is an initial cost. There will be additional costs in the future to keep him up and running and in the state that you get him in.
Oh, no. Maintenance
costs. Yeah, there's going to be maintenance costs to Gaius. Okay. But it's around 200 grand, so you're not bankrupting the bank. If you do want to work for Lady Pagni, you can do that if you want, and that can become an optional power play thing for Veneta, and you will generate a monthly income. In terms of what you're going to spend on Gaius, it's going to be a decent amount of money, but for a person. But in terms of what Gaius is going to cost, it's
not going to.
It's going to take you a while to chip away.
But yeah, what I need to kind of do at the moment is trying to find some other way of. Because at the minute we're just caning the money, right? So we need to try and find some way of replenishing. But I want to make clear that there's no expense spared to be spent on Gaius. So.
Okay. Let's do more heists.
More heist work, yeah.
Yeah, so I mean, that's another thing. Spring is your woman for that. She might be a fucking idiot, but she's remarkably adept at picking targets when it comes to crime.
Okay.
So if
So
yeah.
I'll fuck off the day job then, Dave. If
I only had to say heist.
I mean, you can, you can, like I say, you can work for Lady Pagni, and I can't remember what it is. It brings in something like
no.
It's
I
in the
choose
region of
cri- I choose-
hundreds.
I choose crime. So
Okay.
right. So I don't need to go to Lady Pagni's today, right?
No, tomorrow for
Right,
the beginning.
okay.
Tomorrow when you're ready, but tomorrow's the earliest. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. So I'll spend a day crafting on the mechadendrite. I can't remember where I am with either of these, but I'm after I think a medical one and a manipulator one. So yes, that's my end goal, but I really do forget where I've got to it.
Okay, so if you open your Venetta's crafting handout, I've tidied this up a little bit so it's a bit more obvious what you're doing with it.
Okay, so we've got unspecified one.
Yeah, so this it's only unspecified because you haven't done any work on the actual mechanics of it at the moment. So you can see from that your design phase is still ongoing. The design phase is like the longest part of it, really. So what was before just a bunch of numbers is now a little table. It tells you how many shifts are required. That's wrong, actually. It's 9, not 10. There you go. How many shifts are required and what your degrees of success or failure have been on each shift.
Okay.
You can go back and redo them, but it's like an aggregate number that's built up over the time, and all it does is it influences later rolls. So if you wanted to spend another day designing this mechadendrite today, you could.
Yeah, sure, we'll do that. So I think this is the medical one, is it, or haven't we decided at this stage? Or
I mean, at the moment it's kind of undecided, but you can name it at any part of the process up until the part when we make it into what it's going to be.
Okay, so we'll have a roll on that, then, I guess. So,
all right. So it's armorsmith. Armorsmith. It's quite tricky, so it's -20. But you have you don't have any optional equipment for this, do you? You don't have anything that can help you with the design phase. So yeah, it's just a armorsmith at -20.
Okay.
Good.
Okay, so that's 1 degree.
Okay, cool. Getting there.
Okay, I think that's it for now.
Yep. Okay, I've got so many fucking files open here. After Venetta, it's back to Silas.
Okay. Right.
So, second Silas. Let me get the Silas document. Where's that gone? Who knows? There's so many of them.
Mine as well.
Okay, so today... So, first of all, you can travel, you can scavenge, you can trade. Or you can scan.
Gotta go to trade.
Okay.
No, I'll scan.
All right. So trading involves, by the way, either going back to the city or travelling to a settlement. And I don't think you've found any yet.
Okay, we'll scan.
Yeah. Okay. So, give me a what do you call it? Hang on. First, we did it wrong last time, so let's do it properly this time. So give me an awareness test at a +20 for the Auspex to start with. Okay, so you can select...
No, -10.
You what, sorry?
Off.
Yeah.
Just saw the green. I didn't look at it.
So you pick one tile around you. And roll a D100.
90.
All right, so that is a heavy rock tile.
I like travelling in heavy rock, don't I?
You're not really sure. The Auspex seems to be struggling with everything, all the other areas around you. So now you can travel, scavenge, or you can spend another half hour trying to scan other tiles if you want.
Spend another half hour scanning again. Awareness again with plus 20, is it?
Yep. Okay, so now you get to choose
4 degrees success.
all the other ones around you. You get to pick now. So give me 3 D100s. I need one more.
Sorry, I was in seconds round.
Aha. Okay, so yeah, there's more heavy rock around there. There's Prometheum Swamp directly ahead of you. And then there is this patch here that is just basic wasteland. It's the easiest going terrain for a long way away. So now, if you want, you can scan. You can do like a pulse scan where you search for, a specific type, or you can focus on a square, or you can just move.
I'm going to focus on this square, and give me a second. I'm going to scan for.
No, so what happens if you focus on the square, you scan for everything. If you just scan for a particular thing, it reveals everything, or it reveals multiple squares, but only for that thing. So if you scan for energy, it will reveal energy signatures in the squares around you. If you focus on a square, you'll learn what's in the square, possible structures, possible life signs, everything. So it's up to you.
Let's do that.
Okay.
Because on the easygoing square.
Okay, so you're in focus mode. Okay, so give me a tech use test at plus 20. Okay, so you can learn about 3 topics. The topics are structures, life forms, energy, radiation, and gas.
Well, structures, life form, and energy.
Give me 3 D100s. No structures? No energy? But you do detect a couple of life signs, and it is 3 of them are human, 1 of them is some sort of animal, and you recognise the life signs, the biosignature. You've encountered these before. It appears to be a grox.
I'll head that way.
Okay, so this is wasteland, so it's fairly easy going. So give me a navigation surface roll at plus 30, please. Okay, takes you about an hour to find this site, and as you come trundling over a hillock in the wastes, you see this grox laden down with equipment and boxes and tanks and canisters. There are 3 people marching with this grox, and as they see your vehicle crest this ridge, one of them runs behind the grox. The other 2 level rifles at your vehicle. and a voice comes out from the direction of them, an amplified voice, and it says, "You keep away. We know how to defend ourselves. I don't care how much armor you got. But if you're here peacefully and you're willing to trade, then please step away from your vehicle."
Right. Afflicted Hayden has just happened. One of me says, "Oh, I'm in an armoured vehicle with a big turret on top. Guys are in the waste. There's nobody really around to know what I've done. I could just blow them away with big cannons on top and take all this stuff with no need to trade and save myself a bit of money at the same time." Part of me says, "No, maybe I should go talk to these people and trade." But Hayden keeps it up.
I absolutely do not want to influence you in any way in this, Hayden, but what I will say is both are viable options.
He has just leveled his rifle at me.
To be fair to him, you've just come over the hill in a fucking tank.
No. I'll sound on the Vox back and say, "Hey, interested in trade? No trouble here."
Well, if you're interested in trade, my good sir, then please step out of the vehicle. I shall have my companions lower their weapons once I see you are of no hostile intent towards my humble caravan.
Alright, I will step out the vehicle with my gun, just ready to whip out my sleeve at a moment's notice. Wave a hand, wave a sort of hand down by my side, ready to drop the gun in it, if a pistol in it if I need to.
Okay. As soon as you dismount the Taurox, the two gunmen do lower their rifles. They've still got them. They're both long rifles. One looks like a las weapon, one looks like a solid shot. They're still holding their weapons. They're ready for trouble. They look like mercenaries or, professional soldiers or something, but they don't make any hostile moves towards you. And they flank the third figure who hid behind the grox as he takes a few steps towards you. And like you, he's only a little fella. And you understand, maybe this is why he's got these two people with him. And now you get a bit closer and you look at him, you recognise him for what he is. He's akin to you. He's a scavenger and trader of the wastes. But whereas you ride in a Taurox, he has a grox and a couple of companions. And he says,
"Day to you, sir."
"Good day to you. May Drusus preserve you and watch you on your travels. How can I assist you today? I have some fine wares. Do you have anything for trade?"
Just check my trade list for you. Give me a second. I'm carrying quite a bit of scrap at the moment, if you're interested in any of that.
Always interested in scrap, sir. Always interested in scrap.
I have 29 units if you feel like a trade. What you got?
Oddly vague way of measuring scrap, sir, but I also have some scrap for trade and some devices of technological wonder. But if cold, hard cash is what you're looking for, sir, then you have come to the right man.
Actually more interested in items of artificer nature.
Interested in old tech, are we?
Aye, or anything Xenos, even though you can't say those words out now. We can fetch a pretty penny on the black market.
Come now, sir, we're just two independent traders trying to make our way in the world. What is said between us goes no further than us and the God Emperor himself, and I don't see no holy lightning smiting us out here for mentioning of Xenotech.
Aye, so would you get to show me what you got? I got some thrones in the truck as well if you need anything extra for what you may have.
Okay, I'd like you to make some sort of fellowship-based test. If you've got charm or anything like that.
Will do. I might have something like this.
And you will also gain a plus 20 for him being a fellow wasteland wanderer.
I'm going to have do a combination of charm and barter when I...
Barter will be for the price. We'll come back to barter.
Okay, charm with a plus 30, yeah?
20. Plus 20.
Fellow Wastelander.
As he says Xenotech, he taps his nose and he beckons you to follow him over to his grox. You see there's all sorts of stuff. There's bits of random equipment. You maybe spot a few household objects, weapons, parts of vehicles, things like that. But he drags this box down off the back of his grox and he opens it up. And inside there is this object. It's clearly Xeno in origin. It's bizarre. It looks like grown metal rather than constructed or fabricated or anything like that. It looks like a giant horn in a way, but it's kind of got some buttons and cogs and levers and strange cylinders attached and little vials that glow softly with green energy. And I'd like you to make...
Isn't that interesting?
I'd like to make a roll against half your intelligence, please.
Roll against half my intelligence. So, alright, so minus 20. You can do it.
Okay, so you've no
I'm going to
idea.
re-roll that with a fate point.
Alright.
I'm re-rolling it! Frivolous use of fate points. 9 o'clock should be okay.
Yeah, you've no idea what this thing is, but it's clearly Xeno in origin, and it looks fancy.
Did you scavenge it yourself, sir? And if you do you have a sort of location? If you could share, I just was. I'll share one with you actually first as a sign of good faith. Sign of good faith, sir. I was in location SS91 when I come across some energy signatures. Found myself a alien pistol there in the truck. So that's somewhere I've already searched already. Just so you know if scavenger's code.
An alien pistol, you say, sir? Well, that sounds most interesting. May I see?
I have to have a buyer for it, actually, sir. You can come and have a look, but leave your guards outside.
Sure, I mean, I only look with my eyes. I have no intention of, stealing from you, sir. If you have a buyer, I understand the code.
It's not the fact that I'm worried about them stealing from us, sir. It's the fact that they're covered in sand and you look a hell of a lot cleaner than what they do.
Oh, I understand, sir. You're a proud man. You care for your vehicle. I understand.
I'm a proud man.
He's going to come and have a look at the pistol.
It seems trustworthy to me. I mean, I think I'm a pretty good judge of character.
Okay, I'll show him the pistol.
Okay, his eyes light up as he sees the pistol and says, "Why, sir, I am a man of interest in all sorts of recovered equipment and technology, but I have never, ever in my life, that has been a long time, I can tell you that, I have never in my life seen such a device. I would be willing to straight swap that fine firearm you have found for the device I have found out in the wastes."
It pains me. In normal situations, maybe a week ago, I would have done that trade, but if I don't bring my new employer tricks like this, I might lose my skin. You know what I'm saying, sir.
I understand perfectly. You have a very demanding patron. Say no more. But if you are still interested in purchasing my device, I'd be willing to consider maybe 250 thrones.
How much for the scrap as well, so knock off.
Oh, you're offering him scrap, are you?
Yeah.
Seven thrones per unit.
7 thrones per unit, let's just see.
Okay, so you know straight away that 7 thrones per unit is a little under what you'd get back in the Hive. Generally, it's about 10 thrones per unit.
I know you've got to make a living just like me, sir, but 7 thrones is a little bit cheap. How about we say 8 thrones per unit, and I'm cutting myself out 2 extra thrones per scrap them with means of taking it down.
Give me a barter roll with a plus 20, because he is a fellow traveller of the wastes, sir. Yes, he is.
Silas is on fire.
You drive a hard bargain, sir, a hard bargain indeed. But like my granddaddy used to say, 8 thrones it is.
I remember mine used to say that too.
You've no idea what language he's using. I would also like you to make an evaluate roll. But he accepts the offer of 8 thrones per unit for scrap. Okay, so how many units of scrap are you offering him?
I'm going to offer him 28, so if it's 8 thrones, that's 160.
That's
fucking 200.
224.
24 minus 32, 224. Yeah.
That's a lot of units.
So I'm going to sell him 224, and I'll say, and I'll give him the rest. Seems about down in the thrones.
Okay, it's 26. So take 26 thrones in cash off. However, before you do that, the evaluate roll you've made, 3 degrees success. Looking at this item that you're about to trade for around 250 thrones, you think you've got this guy's pants down here. You don't know what it is, but he clearly doesn't not only know what it is, or sorry, not know what it is, he has no idea of the value of Xenotech. You think you can get a lot more from it, selling it, and by extension, Gladstock will probably pay a lot more than that for it as well.
Okay, well, if he's not bankrupt by the time I get back to the mansion. All right, I've taken the thrones off me. They are. That's very good, sir. Have anything else?
Nothing else of Xenotech, but I do have assorted devices and doodads.
Of assorted devices and doodads and whatchamacallits and thingamajiggies you got and gizmos and gadgets.
So give me an awareness test, please, Silas.
Awareness, here we go.
You don't see anything else.
Something.
You don't see anything else on the grox that looks like it's particularly valuable. There's plenty of stuff here you could buy, and like odds and sods and random pieces of equipment you could maybe buy and sell.
Do you have any food?
Food, sir, I have just enough to feed myself, my companions, and old horny Horace here until we reach the city. I cannot afford to spare a single scrap of sustenance.
It's on the road, then I might have to go do a bit of hunting.
Well, good luck, sir. You'll need it.
Why, the big?
No, there ain't much
just
out
none.
here in these wastes. The rare beast that you will encounter is not native to these lands, and it'll likely tear you in half quicker than you can say, "Ataki kwaitai na tosten ki prai no koa."
I concur. Well, it's been a pleasure doing business with you then. I'll get on my very merry way.
Good day, sir. It's a pleasure doing business with you. Perhaps we'll meet again out here on these wastes. Perhaps I will become a recurring character in the adventures of Silas, the pest from the west. Cassidy.
Perhaps there's no escaping me.
I'll tell you what. So we don't have any mix-ups in the future. Do you have a Vox on you?
Oh no, I don't believe in him, sir.
Hell you on?
Don't believe in him.
It's the work of chaos of the Vox. Words on the wind, whispers in the air, coming to you like Cleopatra out of nowhere. It just don't make no sense, sir. No, I do declare the Vox is a heretical work. Like flushing toilets.
What be your name, sir?
My name? I was prepared for this. I have a name.
Of course you do.
My name is Bertram.
Bertram.
Bertram Delaney.
Bertram.
You stole that name.
Shut your fucking mouth, Dave!
Alright, Bertram. And I'll get back in my smiling from ear to ear now I'm out of sight. That I've just got some rare xenotech.
You don't know what you've got, but you're onto something.
Off an Eldar dildo, that's what I got, boy. Ha ha ha. Turns off. That's flashing. This metal horn.
Okay, I'm just gonna
Put my Xeno box.
Put you on there. I should have put you on there already. That took up about half your day. You've still got another half day. If you'd like, you can scan again.
It's gonna take my 29, but leave units to salvage on.
Yeah, just add. I understand what you're saying. Yeah. So, give me another tech use test at +20 if you want, and you can have another scan and see what else is around. It'll take half an hour of your time, or you can drive somewhere else. I need to adjust your fuel.
But I think I'll head to that Prometheum dump up next and refuel there.
Yeah, cool. Okay. So give me a navigation surface roll, unless you want to scan before you go there.
I'll scan before I go, see what's there. Over there.
Okay, so
Where is it?
Yeah, +20. Are you doing a focused scan on that area?
Yeah, we'll do.
Okay,
Get
so +20 awareness, yeah. Okay, so you learn everything, I believe, on that roll. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, roll 5 D100s.
1, 3.
Oh, okay. What the hell was that?
Got me moving my bottle bag nearer.
Your ball bag.
Yeah, it's made of glass. Check out my mirror balls.
Just a second.
Is that a glass cannon you've got there?
Yeah. Gaius' balls at the moment are like made out of like mirror. Oracle mirror balls.
Disco balls.
Alan, did you
Yeah,
just say?
it's like
Did you just say? Is that a glass cannon you've got there?
Yeah.
Is that a glass cannon you got there? Are you just pleased to see me? Anyway.
I tried a gag, but I didn't get even a chuckle out of Hayden. But yeah. Then I went for what did I go for after? I said those disco balls. Still didn't get a chuckle. I'm obviously not a very funny guy. So.
I would have laughed, Alan, but I was getting a beer.
You did. I did. I laughed inside for you.
That means nothing at all. Thank you, buddy.
Okay. So, yeah, you scan the Prometheum swamp, and you detect some very faint signals that suggest there's some sort of buildings there, but you can't really tell what they are. There's a very vague couple of life signs. Human, 2, and also you think there's a very faint energy signature that you interpret as being some old Imperial tech there.
I'll go to refuel and search for the Imperial tech. Refueling first there. One. Pull up to the nearest safest fuel point, and then I'll spend a bit more time in that square, depending if I've got.
Yeah. So let's have a navigation roll first of all. See how long it takes you to get there. So navigation surface, please. On the Prometheum swamp.
Any bonuses or none?
Oh yeah, sorry.
Oh, it's
no, it's
straight.
straight Prometheum swamp. Yeah. Okay.
I'll re-roll that.
Okay.
Stuck in a bog.
Now you have to get a critical fail to get stuck. It basically just means if you roll badly, you just take longer. I'm not going to punish you for fucking driving. So that's much better though. So you get there in about 2 hours, which gives you about an hour and a half left. Yeah, so 1.5 hours left of the working day, as we call it. When you get close to the Prometheum swamp, you see set up right near the Prometheum deposit, there is what looks like a temporary camp. Some like quick fold tents, things like that are quite rigid. They're not just fabric tents, but they look like they can be packed up and loaded into the back of this like all-terrain truck type vehicle that you can see. It's not a patch on your vehicle. It does have a heavy stubber mounted on the roof, and there's a couple of humans in full rad gear, and you can see that they're refueling their own truck. One of them spots you as you crest the sort of boundary of this facility, and he's watching you through binoculars. It looks human, just in a some sort of protective suit from the Prometheum, you assume. What are you doing?
The other place to get Prometheum from.
Is the what? Sorry.
Is that the other place to get Prometheum from?
I mean, no. It's a big area. You don't have to go anywhere near them. You can go somewhere else if you want. You do know that there's kind of
really explosive over there, is it?
I mean, the Prometheum swamp is Prometheum, but you do kind of know that there are a lot of people. Well, not a lot, but there are people that exist out here on the wastes, and they, like you, scavenge, trade. Not everyone is hostile, but people are very wary.
I'll go and purposely drive the other bit and then refuel.
Okay, so you're refueling away from them. Okay, that's probably going to spend most of the rest of your day refueling the truck. And as you're halfway through refueling, you notice all the time as well, one of these people, they're not watching you through the magnoculars all the time, but one of them is refueling the truck. One of them's keeping an eye on you. Occasionally they check on you through the magnoculars. Sometimes they're just watching you. And after maybe 45, 50 minutes, they sort of finish refueling, and they dismantle their small temporary camp, load it into the truck, and they just drive away. You get the impression they've maybe been staying here for a while, and they were just refueling the truck. They don't look like they were any threat to you. And that comes to the end of your day. Silas, that was a long one, wasn't it? Long but eventful one.
It's fun.
Next up,
Bernard.
we have Corell, and I had something prepared for Johnny, but he's now here. Jesus Christ. So we'll go on to Slab. Slab, what are you up to today?
He's going down to the carnival.
Oh, okay. All right. On his own?
Yeah.
All right. Right, just give me one moment. So, first thing you see when you leave the house, leave the mansion, sorry. Before you go, I must specify, are you taking anything with you? Weapons, equipment, anything like that?
Nothing shooter related. Just me melee stuff.
Okay.
So he'd have a fucking great big knife hanging on his belt and a big shield on his back.
Not a problem. All right. So, well, I do declare, wow, all these people in my shanty town. So you leave the mansion. There's this bizarre sense of twisting reality. Up becomes down, in becomes out, left becomes right. Everything seems wrong for a very brief moment, and then you find yourself once more standing in this strange sort of ruined shanty town. And I just need to set up a couple of bits and pieces. Because I took them all away. For reasons. Just give me 2 minutes to set this area up. Been a while since anybody
Thinking about
to my shanty town. What
how much money that trader lost. Oh, if that trader's only making a profit of 2 gold on every them, and it's it's not. I'm getting the full profit from scavenging.
Well, you say that, but you don't know what price he's getting.
You don't actually.
Don't know where he's selling it.
Yeah, no, very true. Should have got more information out of him.
Okay.
It sounds like you're both happy with the trade. So that's a good trade.
Yeah.
Both parties are happy.
That's some good steel I sold him.
I think scrap for Xenos is a good trade for us, surely.
Yeah, definitely. 26 thrones extra.
It didn't.
It's all it cost me really.
Like that okay, so Slab, I'm going to put you onto the map, and for the benefit of the rest of you, I'm going to bring back everybody's favourite, who we haven't seen for a while, Heresy Cam. I don't know where Heresy Cam is. Shit.
We love you, Heresy Cam.
So
it's Heresy Cam.
Because I can't find Heresy Cam. What we're going to have instead is we're going to have Oath Captain Kachin Nils, the lovely sanctuary.
I like having got like little rats and bugs in my prison to test out the lighting. Moving the rat and the bug around the prison.
Okay, so just one moment. Put you on the map. I've put you on the map.
Oh.
So you should all be able to see Oath Captain Kachin Nils and move her around. She's not really there. No.
No.
Oh, god damn you, Alan.
No.
What about now?
Yeah, there we go.
You're such a fucking pest with your demands that things work the way I say they will. Dave, you should be able to see Slab.
Dave.
Fuck off, Hayden.
Can't
Yes,
see
you
a
can.
room. Can't see something.
Don't believe his lies.
He's a liar. The man is a liar. Yeah, so, Slab, you, as you've experienced before, you emerge into this room, this rickety shanty town. I don't know if there's any actual lighting on this map, or walls, or what you can see. I think this was before I knew how to do lighting. But you can leave this room if you want, and I'll just put you outside.
I'm looking for anybody I've seen before.
Okay. So as you come out, you do. I will guide you, by the way. The way back to the carnival. Forgot the word here. Is to the east. There's like a narrow passage between two buildings over here. That's the way back. So you know that's how to get to the carnival. But as soon as you emerge from the shanty town, there is this smell, this vile smell, and you notice just across from where you are, there is this like small latrine, and there is a trap at the back of it, and there is a hatch that's been opened, and there is this guy with a bucket. He's dressed in filthy rags. He's filthy as well. You're not sure if the smell's coming from the toilet or him. And he is scooping literal shit out of the the latrine with his bare hands into the bucket. He's a bit deformed, this guy. His head's like a bit too long and pointy, almost like he looks like he's got a bird's head, but he hasn't got a beak. He's just a little bit long. And he's there with his back to you, just scooping shit out. And he's like, yeah, look at all that. It's fucking lovely. Oh, lovely, lovely shit. Come to Ken. Come to Ken.
Where is he?
You should be able to see him.
I can't see shit. I've got no night vision or anything on this character setup.
There shouldn't be any darkness. I need to rebuild this map. I think it's all gone wrong. How's that?
That's better. Right, well, I'm just going to ignore him and go towards wherever the carnival is. It's down this way, isn't it?
Yep, to the east.
Yep. Off I fuck.
Okay. As you you move round in amongst the piles of rubble and rubbish that are just left lying around here, there's a small girl outside this building here. She looks 7 or 8 years old. She looks perfectly normal human. She doesn't look deformed in any way. And she's got a skipping rope. She's just skipping by herself and reciting some sort of child's rhyme. And she sees you approach, and her eyes go wide. And she slowly stops skipping. As you get closer, she says, "Hello."
Hello, little girl.
My name's Sasha. What's yours?
You like that name, didn't you?
Fucking Jesus. I just realised, it just dawned on me.
I noticed as soon as I saw the name.
This character has been here for fucking, 3 years or whatever? I never foresaw you bumping into her. I promise I won't explode and summon a demon. No, she doesn't say that. She says, "Who are you? I've not seen you before."
I'm Slab. I've been sleeping.
"You must have been tired. I only sleep when I'm tired. My dad doesn't know. He sleeps all the time."
That's nice.
I'll carry on walking.
Okay, carry on walking.
Not being rude, I'm just totally ignoring her.
Just being an ogre. Where is Le Carnaval of Catastrophe? Okay, let's get rid of you cunts, because you're not really there. Let's put you cunts on. There you go. You are now on the carnival. Can you see okay?
Mm-hmm.
Alright. So yeah, there's no line of sight blocking, there's no walls or anything like that on here, because this is such an old map. It was from before such a thing existed. But this is the carnival. As you walk along, a couple of the people that you see, like this woman here who is currently busy setting up this stall, which I can't remember what it is, but I'll find out. You recognise her. Also, further to the east, there's a number of stalls that sell food and drink. They'll be cleaning, getting ready for the night. You recognise them from last night. There's also a few Canni muscle, which are just general bodyguard type security people. You don't recognise any of them, but they all watch you warily as you come into the carnival.
I'll need to head over to the opposite side of where I am, so I'll just start walking over.
Okay.
As I get to the Canni muscle, I'll sort of give him a bit of side eye.
I say, muscle.
I mean, they don't actually have signs on their necks that say muscle. Although they should, maybe, in hindsight. I fucking don't know what I've done.
But I'm a fucking guardman. I recognise guards when I see them.
I don't know where I've put that. Okay. As you get sort of over here, there's a strange smell coming from the tent just north of you there. Bit spicy, bit peculiar. You don't really know what it is. There's also a very musky smell coming from over here to the northeast of your position. It smells like animals. And there is this woman standing here, and this woman, she's humanoid-ish, but she's kind of got like reddish skin, and her legs are like her knees are backwards, and she has cloven feet and horns on her head, and she sees you walking past, and she sort of peers at you inquisitively. You also see over near the animal pens, there is a man dressed in furs who is trying to feed some of the animals. And standing next to him, babbling in his ear, is this woman. And she is enormous. She makes Canni and yourself look like a bit dropped off. She's probably only just under 6 feet tall, but she's getting on for about 8 feet wide. She is the fattest woman you have ever seen. What are you doing?
I think Slab's actually seen her before. He's been
you
here
maybe
before.
have, yeah. When you first arrived, yeah.
Yeah. I'll wave at weird fucking mutant woman.
Hello.
She waves back.
Just carry on walking.
She doesn't say anything, but she keeps smiling as you walk by. Okay.
Then I'll get to these two.
Jackson Strang, yes.
Hello.
Oh, all right. You're Venetta's mate, ain't ya? Says Jax. Strang goes, mate.
Yeah, she's my little buddy.
Yeah, she's a nice girl, ain't she? Yeah, nice girl. She's one of my mate's squeezes, you know.
Big fat bugger seemed to like her.
Canni,
What?
that's the one, yeah.
Saw far too much. My eyes.
You burst in on him, did you? Did you see things? Tell me.
I've seen things, but that scares me. It was like looking into the abyss.
We've
And it
always...
winked at me.
Did you see him from the front or the back?
I don't know, it all looked the same. Just flesh.
Yeah, I imagine so, Just me and Strang were talking about this a while back. We always wondered about Canni, because everything about him's big, innit? So we were always wondering if, like, everything about him's big.
I didn't really look, to be honest. There was just, it was flesh. It's just fucking skin and lumps and bumpy bits and fucking wobbly bits everywhere. Oh,
Maybe
it weren't nice.
That was a very political answer. Well done.
Maybe we'll ask Vanetta. And Strang goes, ask. Anyway, big fellow, something we could do for you.
Maybe. Big Ten.
Big Tent, yeah.
Yeah. I saw fighting in there yesterday.
Yeah, fighting in Big Tent. Yeah, it happens a lot. Most nights.
Right. I want it. For money.
You want to do the arena, do you, yeah?
Yeah.
Alright, yeah, well, tell you what, let's go take you to meet old Wiley McCann, and, well, we'll see what he's got to say about that, shall we? Because he runs the place, yeah? He arranges everything. He arranges the fights, you know, that sort of thing. What generally happens is there's all different categories of fighting, different scenarios sometimes. Sometimes they reenact famous battles and all that. And then the end of the night, there's the champions brawl, as it's called. And basically, people can step forward and challenge the current champion of the arena. If you win, you become champion of the arena. If you lose, well, generally nothing really matters much after that. So, what are you interested in? You want to face a champion, or you want to be part of one of the other, scenarios or something?
Just one of that things.
Right, okay. Well, I'll tell you what. Let's go take it to Wiley, and we'll let him deal with you. I mean, we'll let him sort out the finer details. Yeah.
Right.
Okay. And they lead you into the big top, and it's
He's
empty.
got
now.
it.
Oh,
He's got a baboon thing.
a balloon.
One of them, floaty thing on a string.
Balloon? Not. We don't have any balloons. The balloon stalls. The balloon stall blew up. With wrong gas and all that. You want balloon? I can maybe find you a
Oh
balloon.
yeah. Red
All right.
one.
All right, mate. I'll find you a balloon. Come this way. And he leads you into the tent. Strang stays behind. And the tent this time of day is the floor is covered in straw that's been used to soak up the blood from last night. And you can see people up in the rafters fiddling around, tightening ropes. You see there's trapezes and all sorts of stuff. He leads you through the tent to another opening on the other side, and through this opening and down into this sort of natural curving passageway that snakes and twists down through the rock to another level below, to a vast chasm. A vast cavern below the carnival tent. And there he brings you out into what looks like another little shanty town, buildings made of scrap metal and wood, hastily cobbled together. He leads you through this to another cavern where there seems to be like a gigantic stalagmite and stalactite that have grown together to form like a column. And there are a few buildings around here as well. And he leads you to one of these, and these look a little bit fancier buildings, like they're actually buildings someone's tried to build rather than cobbled together out of scrap. He leads you up to the door of one and knocks on the door. And after a few minutes' wait, the door opens and this short man appears. He's a little bit rotund. He's maybe about 5'4", 5. Bit of a bushy beard. His hair's curly and slicked back. And he's wearing pale trousers, knee-length black boots, and just a vest and braces over the top. And Jack says, "Wiley, this is Slab. He's one of like Canni and Veneta and all that lot. He's with them. He wants to talk to you about fighting." And before we go any further, I'm gonna have to go for a piss. Hang on.
Well, you've taken me by surprise, Big D.
What was that?
Taken me by surprise.
Yeah, what was that?
Well, just like I say, obviously, I didn't expect you to come out to Carnival. I didn't expect you to sign yourself up, to fight in the arena. So.
That's what Slab does. He's a fighter.
Do you think we'll see Slab versus Seraph at some point? I think Canni got kind of killish by Seraph. I ended up fighting her in the arena and pretending
the
to
doors on it.
It was a long while ago now. But that was when we first realised she was back, right? And I think she basically killed me, I suppose. Yeah, she's still fighting now. So. I don't think Dave can actually roll for Seraph, so he should.
Yeah, his dice rolls are a bit appalling usually.
Well, especially for Seraph, but in general, yes, but also for Seraph.
Across every game.
Yeah, every game, since the beginning of.
That's
since back in the day, the early days of 40K in Hayden's Garage.
Yeah,
it's been going on a long time, right? A long time.
Yes.
Mansack.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, and this little guy with the slightly receding hairline and the slick back hair, the little round, he looks a bit like a less ugly version of Penguin from Batman. You know, the Danny DeVito penguin. He looks a bit less, a little bit like a less pointy-nosed, ugly man than that. That's not how Canni pictures him, because Canni normally sees him in full gear with all his makeup on, but Slab has encountered him out of dress, and he says, "You want to? Hooey! Look at the size of you. Well, if you ain't one of the biggest men I ever did see, you say you want to fight in the arena? Whoo! You got any experience?" And he just starts reaching up and like touching your arms, like squeezing the muscles on your arms.
Reach his arms. Would he just get to his hand?
On his tippy toes, yeah, he can reach on tippy toes.
Well, I'm not standing there with my arms out like a fucking scarecrow. he can touch up to me.
Yeah, it's just squeezing your arms like, well, you got some meat on you, boy. You got experience in a fighting. You done it before?
Yeah. Just a bit.
Okay. Well, yeah, I'm sure we can squeeze you in. You want to start tonight or another day?
I'll go tonight. I want to kill something, play with something.
No, you don't have to mince words around me, sir. People get killed here all the time in the carnival of catastrophe. So let me talk you through a few options we have. We have the team events. We have the one-on-ones. We have the beast cage fight, which is a little potluck. You never know what you're going to fight. Or, of course, you can always step into the ring with the current champion and try to take the title from him. I mean, her. What are you interested in, boy? Don't just stand there looking tall and muscular.
And broody.
I want to fight something.
Right, okay, we established that, sir. Well, I tell you, it sounds to me, like what you need is management, like... I mean, you're big and you're strong, but you'd strike me like, you don't know exactly what you want in life. You maybe need a guiding hand, someone who can nurture your career, take you from being just a guy who knows how to fight to be the greatest of all time. Now, how does that sound? Are you interested in being hooked up with someone like that? Someone who could help you make some thrones, get you all the violence and the fighting that you need?
Sarge used to tell me what to do.
Sarge!
I promise him.
You're a military man.
Yeah.
Oh, we had plenty of military men come through here. Oh, all sorts of different military men. They tell you stories about how they're the greatest fighter because they survived this place and that place. Oh, yeah, I survived 3 years on Trantia. Oh, they all got a story to tell. But you, sir, you look like your story might have a weight of truth to it. I tell you what. Why don't you consider me your new Sarge?
Sarge was a big man.
Well, pretend I'm big. It don't have to be real. But all I'm saying is, I tell you what to do, who to fight, when to fight. You win some money, I take a little bit for helping you out. How's that sound?
How much you taking?
How much am I taking? Well, the thing is, are you a man of science, a man of math, sir? Do you understand fractions, percentages, that kind of thing?
I understand that anything I earn is mine, and if anybody's taking it, they're the next ones to get hurt.
I understand completely, sir, but I'm not talking about taking anything from you. I'm talking about you paying me a small fee for helping you out, arranging your fights, and making sure nobody around here swindles you, because some of these sons of bitches are the cutthroatest motherfuckers you ever did meet.
And you strike me as being such a motherfucker.
No, sir, I think you got the wrong end of the stick. You see, my name is Wiley McCann. Oh, Wiley McCann. You know why they call me Wiley? Because it's my name. Just a little joke there, sir. Now, the thing is...
I tell you what. If you can beat me in an arm wrestle, you can manage me.
I don't think that's ever going to happen, sir, but let me just run my business proposal by you, and then I'll arm wrestle you quite happily. So, he reaches into his pocket and he takes out some coins. And he says, now, the amount of money that you would win on a fight is entirely dependent on the combatant you face and the amount of money bet against you. So the more money bet against you, the more you can earn. You understand? So let's say, and he puts 10 coins in front of you. Says, let's say 10 coins have been bet against you in total. If you win that fight, you take 10 coins. Okay? But if you show you're really good, people ain't going to want to fight you all the time. So you need someone who can convince people to fight you. That's where I come in. I convince people that don't stand a chance to beat you, to fight you. So that way you keep getting fights and you keep getting more money. And all I ask for in return is 10%. And then he pushes the 10 coins towards you again and says, coins are 100%. And he picks one up. One coin is 10%. For every 10 coins you earn, I take one as a fee to help you find in fights. Without it, people ain't going to want to fight you after they've seen it happening a couple of times. You understand?
Yeah.
So what do you say, big guy? We got a deal?
Yeah. Go on.
Okay, he reaches up to shake your hand.
I'll just pat him on the head.
Oh, sorry, I had the fucking button pressed down there. I'll just pat him on the head.
Okay. Well, okay, tonight we're going to have to start small. Tonight you turn up around, 8 or 9 p.m. Can you tell the time?
Do you think I'm stupid?
No, it's just there's a lot of people around here can't even read, write, or spell the names, so I cannot assume that everyone knows those basic things.
I learned to read good in the army.
Well, then, that's more than most around here. You come back tonight around 8 p.m. I'll get you into your first fight. You might not make too much money tonight, but tomorrow night you'll make more. You understand? It's called momentum.
Okay, is that my fancy name, Momentum? 'Cause it's shit.
Well, I didn't think of that, but no, we maybe should get you an arena name. It's
I've got one.
go on then. One.
Slab.
Yeah, yeah, okay. I don't think. Yeah, okay. We'll just call you Slab. We'll worry about that later. Uh-huh.
You mean like a secret name so people don't know it's me?
Sorta, yeah. It's like a stage name, mainly, you know?
Jeff.
Don't really have the kind of ring to it I was going for, but you let me worry about that. You go get some rest, get some food in you, take the rest of the day to chill out, relax, prepare yourself mentally and physically.
Alright. Mentally cool. Yeah.
I'll headbutt a wall.
As you do, the whole fucking shack goes, just shudders a bit and rumbles and shifts. Oh, please don't knock my home over. I've lived there for over 25 years.
Right. I'll be back later.
Okay, well, I look forward to working with you, Slab.
Alright.
Okay, you head back.
Yep.
Anything else you want to do with the rest of your day?
Tend to me plants again.
Okay. Okay. You just tending to the ones that are already planted?
Yeah.
Okay, so give me 2 agri rolls.
What were they at?
I believe it's a plus 20 for tending. With all the equipment you've got anyway.
I think they were.
Yeah,
Can't remember.
yeah, it is. The plus 20 comes from basically all the assorted shit that they got for you. Eventually that'll run out. Various chemicals, fertilizers, stuff like that. You'll have to get some more. But I'll let you know before it runs out. Okay, 3.2 degrees of success on the first one. 1.3 on the second one. Cool.
That's how you weed a fucking garden.
Consider it weeded. All right, slab done. Okay, so now we get to some of the NPCs. Ferinus and Titulos are currently without orders, without instruction. What do you want these guys to do? This is open for group debate, really. You can decide between yourselves. So generally,
What's the food stocks like?
they're all right at the minute. They're okay at the minute.
Scout out. Get them to scout out a butcher's.
So just
A meat
a
supply
second.
truck.
Just a second, because I do actually know exactly what the food stocks are. If you go and look, if you go and ask Missy, which Ferinus and Titulos can do, with the current manpower of the mansion, you've got about 8 days worth of food.
Was getting low, right? Yeah.
So Al, I'm just
Recommission.
I'm just opening this up to the entire group, all three, to decide what Ferinus and Titulos do. So Hayden's asking about food stocks. There's about 8 days worth of food left in the mansion at the minute.
Yeah, it's not a lot, is it?
So it's up to you guys. You do whatever you want with them.
Them out shopping or send them out to like take out a steak vehicle. Stake out the steakhouse, and we can pull a food heist.
I would like to point out that the last time they went food shopping, Ferinus very nearly died. Which should be a simple task.
I'm not convinced they can be trusted either of them.
Can nearly kill a man.
So you can assign
off.
you can assign if Venetta's got the purse strings at the minute. If Venetta gives Ferinus and Titulos or whoever some money, they can take the truck and stock up, and it's just something that happens off screen. There's a role for bartering, and that's it.
So, Hayden, what I propose is we put Tits on learning chainsword, and we just keep him on that, until he can't hold a chainsaw any longer. And then Ferinus can send him off food shopping, but Tits, I think that's all we've ever put him on. We've only ever put him on chainsaw, and I think we should just stick to our guns. That's what I think.
He's in.
Yeah.
These practices do body cam anyway, don't he?
Yeah, exactly.
Okay, so you're leaving Titulos on chainsword practice?
Yeah, I mean, like, literally forever, Dave. I mean,
you will eventually get the message of you don't think you can learn any more from this.
Okay. Are we at the stage yet?
No, not yet. No. What about Ferinus then? What are you doing with Ferinus?
Shopping.
Bit of food.
Food shopping.
Yeah.
Okay. Are you giving him some money, Venetta?
Yeah, of course. Let's see if we can get another week's worth of food.
So he will. I'll send you a message at some point, or I'll remove the money from the account. Figure out how much food you actually need for the current manpower for 2 weeks. Is what I did last time, I think, because that's about the limit of the larder.
Okay.
For perishables. So Ferinus goes off and does that. Hayden, you've got Ferinus's character sheet, haven't you?
Right. Let's have a look.
I think
You can't escape Ferinus, Hayden.
you'll always come back to him, one way or another.
Learn to love him.
In orders.
He's
Learn to love him.
He's in the NPC agent character sheets. Just when you find it, give me a fellowship roll. Just to see if he can barter a little bit. It won't be a very good barter, but it'll be better than nothing if he passes. Spring is out looking for a boffin. Trantia is with Siegfried. Depending on what Siegfried does, she might have free time. We'll worry about that later. Jarek is just in the mansion, being him. Pench and Les there for me to worry about. You found it, Hayden?
I'm scrolling up and down and up and down.
Okay, so in the folder that's called NPC Agent Character Sheets.
Oh, I'm gonna have to sit for those MC portrait.
No.
I'm gonna look again. Every time. What about this? I'm back down to the BC portraits again. Is it under portraits?
No,
Oh, portraits.
NPC Agent Character Sheets.
Uh,
I don't know why you can't see it. You should be able to. Fuck it, it's only a fellowship roll. I'll roll it. It's
Q.
it's not even important. Yeah, doesn't make a
Keep
difference.
looking now.
Okay, that brings us to the end of that day, of day 31 of Power Play. Or does it?
Powered through that day, I think.
Yeah, it was a good one. I liked that. I enjoyed that day, I'll be honest. Silas.
Ah. Oh.
Evening on Desilium can be surprisingly pleasant. This far from the hive, the smog isn't quite as thick, and the layers of greenish pollution in the upper atmosphere that filter and reflect the light of the sun in strange and unusual ways are a little more pleasing to the eye, so that when the sun meets the horizon, it glints off the silicate landscape of Desilium's endless wastes in a way that could, by some, be described as quite, well, not beautiful, but if you squint and you have the right colour tinted lenses in your blast goggles and you've had a few drinks and... Nah, who are you trying to kid? It's a shithole. Always was, always will be. The whole planet is a wretched, stinking, shitty hole of filth. It's even worse right now by this Prometheum Lake where you've decided to spend the night. But the world might be shit, but it's ripe for the plundering. There is wreckage everywhere. Vehicles from Waster Gang Wars, chunks of Starship, Imperial and Xeno in design, buildings from multiple species and cultures. It does make you wonder what happened here. Why there are so many ruins and wrecks scattered across the surface. No one you've ever met has ever heard of a battle in orbit over this world. At least, not in living memory. But there is one thing to be said for Desilium's surface. It's quiet, peaceful, and as long as you can find a patch of stable glaciate sand with no major rad spikes, you can lay under the... Well, you can't really see the stars, but you can lay under the smog and relax. Enjoy a wee nip after your evening meal, providing there's none of the deadly razor-sharp sandstorms or raiders or corpse crawlers or scargulls. "Excuse me!" yells a voice. You peer into the deepening gloom, flicking on your headlamp to see a man standing 30 or 40 meters away from the Taurox. He winces and shields his eyes from the powerful light. Sorry, I didn't mean to startle you. I'm just looking to trade. Make an awareness check, please, Silas. Vision-based, if that makes a difference.
Yes. Yeah.
There's another figure standing behind the man, trying to hide in the shadow of this man, a boy, maybe 11 or 12 years old, and you can see wariness and fear in his face. It's just me and my boys, sir. We just need food and water, sir. I have some coin and this. And he holds something up. It doesn't look imperial. Make a technomat roll at -20. No idea what he's holding up.
1 minute.
No minutes.
I've used 2 fate points on. How many I've got? 2.
Yeah, you don't. No idea what it is. He says, "Please, sir, just need some food and water for a few more days' travel, please."
Just stay over there, will you?
Of course, sir.
I'll truck him a ration pack out. Truck.
Okay, he takes the ration pack. He says, "Oh, thank you, sir. Thank you." He rips it open and he breaks more than half of it off and hands it to the boy. The boy begins hungrily eating. He says, "You're a saint, sir."
In the entrance of the thorax.
And he takes a couple of steps forward. He places the device on the ground. Takes a couple of steps back and he starts to eat the rest of the ration pack.
Yeah. Have I got any decent drinking water I can pass him?
Yeah, you have like a full tank of water that you replenish when you were back at the city. It's quite a lot.
Right, I'll pour him a cup off. Then place it halfway between us.
He slowly creeps forward.
And then I take it.
He takes the cup. He takes it back to the boy. Gives it to the boy. The boy begins drinking, and the man turns back to you and says, "Thank you so much, sir. I think you just saved my life and my boys too. We've been out here for days, just wandering around in circles. We ran out of water yesterday. We ran out of food a couple of days back."
Where'd he come from?
He points west. He says, "The hive, sir. The hive Decilium."
What brings you through the waste? Dangerous out here.
Yeah, we've encountered a few scary individuals, but we've managed to keep away from most of them, sir. But I saw you from a distance, and you look like a kindly-faced man, not like those other freaks with all the spiky armor and all that stuff. We were driven out of the city, sir. We had to come out here.
What for?
There was a complication, sir. I got myself in a spot of bother, sir. I did something very stupid, and I had a choice of leaving and never darkening the city again with my presence, or to kill my boy, and probably me too. So here we are.
Any settlements or anything nearby or apart from the city? I haven't found one yet, have I?
No, you haven't. So we've not. We've seen a couple of people camping here and there, sir, but we try to keep away. The smells and the sounds and the hooping and the hollering, and they don't sound like the sort of people you'd want to tangle with. But when we seen you, and he points to some rocks nearby, says, "We've been there for the last day or so. When we seen you, you're on your own, and you seemed like you had a kindly face, sir. I just thought maybe it was worth a risk. Otherwise, we're just going to die out in the waste, aren't we? So we don't mean to bother you. I thank you so much for your kindness.
No worries. Looking out there. Going now.
Thank you. We'll be on our way. If we ever cross paths again, sir, is there anything I can do to help you?" He holds out his hand towards you.
I'll nod my hat, and I'll say, if you need again, I suppose I might be able to spare one more.
I mean, if you could, he holds up a canteen. He says, "If you could spare a little bit more water, sir." It gets hot out there during the day.
Yeah. So throw it over here.
He tosses it over to you.
Pick it up and fill that up for him. Still keep my eye on him.
He doesn't ever move. He just stands there. He does look genuinely like thin, emaciated, sunburnt too.
All right. Oh, Samaritan Moon that's as far as it goes. They're not getting dirty in my truck with the scabby asses.
Your immaculate truck.
My immaculate truck.
Is it immaculate though?
Last person I let in there, I don't know. Stinks of ogrin.
That's the point. Actually, it's been a few days. At some point, you have noticed that inside, daubed on the wall, it says "Spring was here," and also on your wind armor there is just a giant drawing of a cock.
In blood.
Yeah, in blood.
Butters.
I mean, I don't know who did it, but you know.
I don't know who did it. But anyway, when you give the guy the canister of water back, he says, "Thank you, sir. Thank you. We'll just to be truthfully honest with you." He points to the rocks that he pointed to where he says, "We'll be camping there overnight, and then in the morning we's gone. We won't bother you. I'll give you my word."
It's and I'll advice and have another look at it.
You do what? Sorry.
The device.
Yeah, you've no idea what it is. It's about maybe 8 inches long, maybe 6 inches deep, almost like a box but with rounded corners, and it's got like a hollow section with glass, and you can see through it. But it's not like a lens or anything. It doesn't distort your vision in any way. You haven't got a clue what it is.
Put that in a safe box.
Okay. So you can add to your inventory mysterious Xenos device.
Getting a bit of a collection going on now.
And as the guy turns to leave and he gets his son, the boy says, "Thanks, mister." And the man turns back to you and says, "Thank you, sir. The name's..."
As he's walking off, I'll chuck him with a ration pack.
Okay. You do have quite a lot of food in the truck, so it's not going to fuck you up too much. As he walks off, he says, "Thank you so much, sir. You say, yeah, you can actually potentially find food out here as well." He says, "The name's Gustav. Rudolph Gustav. This is my boy, Rupert. Thank you again." He keeps tipping his hat, nodding his head as he disappears off into the darkness.
And I'll release the grip of my pistol I was holding to my sleeve again.
Okay.
It's going to be a common thing, Dave. Every time I'm encountering someone, I'm going to have readied up my sleeve.
And so you should. Because this is the wasteland of Desolea, motherfucker.
I know. So, yeah.
Alan.
Okay.
I noticed you grinning during that.
No reason, Dave.
Okay. The long game, Alan. The long game.
But no, I think I may have seen those guys before. I don't know.
Possibly.
Guys, seen who?
No, nothing. No reason.
I've got the capital on my screen.
Day 32. Canni! I would like you to make a fear test.
Oh no. Fear's getting real, Dave. It's coming at odd times. It's coming in waves. Actually, is that the right one? Hold on a sec. So just straight willpower, yeah?
Uh-huh.
That's a fail. I'll keep that one. keep it. Let's see what happens.
The dream comes.
Actually, no, hold on. I'm sorry, Darren. I've got like loads of fate points. Loads of fate points. How many have I used? One for Canni tonight. I'm not sure.
I think you just used. Did you use one?
One.
You've either used one or none.
Okay. Okay. We'll go for one more. I'm going to re-roll this one. I had an immediate moment of indecision, so we'll go for another roll. There we go. Straight pass. I don't want to feel the fear. I want to be brave.
The dream comes again. The dream of the fields of bone. Endless bone. The towers in the hand-like fingers of a fist thrusting into the sky. Fuck it, just a dream, innit, Canni? Fuck that shit.
Not real.
What are you doing today on day 32?
So I will go for another high risk, I think.
Yes. Yes.
So what was it? Intimidate? What was the other one? So deceive?
They should. I think you can see them all now. I think I've changed it so you can see everything. Let's have a look. Canni. So if you go into power play, then power play objectives, and then Canni. Scroll down. There's working for King Sanchez. Then there's. Oh no, it doesn't actually tell you, does it? Well, I've dropped the ball there.
It's probably it may well be somewhere else. I don't know. Power play daily option? No, not that one.
No, it's, I didn't. I thought I'd put it in, but I haven't. Just a sec.
I think it's in there somewhere, but like,
Yeah.
I'll probably not go for intimidate this time. It's probably deceive, but I would like to know what the other ones are as well.
Yep, no problem. If you also look in the status, the power play status one, right? Canni's power play status, that tells you your modifiers.
Okay, so for high risk, I think one plus 30 then from my two goons.
That's the maximum you can get from goons is plus 30.
Okay.
There's the low risk operations one. There's all sorts of stuff, but the most you can ever get for any follower bonus is plus 30. So
it's plus 5 from the King Sanchez.
I believe so. Yeah.
So that's plus 35, right?
Yeah. So you're going for, what did you say?
Probably deceive. I think like intimidate. I think deceive is my second best one. I don't know. I don't know what I'm rolling against. I'm not certain. It's intimidate and I deceive. I think. Inquiry maybe. I don't know.
I can tell you in just a second. Hang on, Canni. There we go. So it is high risk is. Oh God, where's it gone? Why does it keep moving?
Tell you what, I'll just go for it. I'll go for intimidate just today.
It's here. It's here. I can do it. I can do it. There we go. Okay, it's Carews, Charm, Deceive, or Intimidate.
Carews, Charm. Yeah. So we'll go. Yeah, it's what I thought. So it's deceive is the second best. I think I'll go for deceive this time. It's plus 35. And it's a fail, but I'll use a reroll.
Okay.
6 degrees.
And then for your knowledge gathering style, it is a choice of awareness, inquiry, interrogation, or scrutiny.
Inquiry, interrogation, scrutiny. Go for scrutiny. So what am I adding to this one?
High risk knowledge gathering. So I don't think you add anything from your followers for this. Oh no, you do. You do. You add. Santiago gives you a plus 15. And then you also add your faction rep, I think.
So it says that they're both on a plus. Oh, no, that's low risk. Sorry. So plus 25 is it?
Plus 20. Plus 5 from the. You're right. Sorry, plus 25. Yeah.
Okay. So scrutiny. That's a fail by 1.
Okay, so you don't gain any knowledge of the underworld, but you do gain. Oh shit! I just realised I've missed something. You do gain. Your reputation is increased with both King Sanchez and the faction. And I forgot to do this last time. Could you roll? I'll have to. Who else did power play? Just you. So, could you roll? This is for last time. Could you give me a D100?
Five.
Okay, so 20, 63. And another D100, please.
56.
Okay. Yeah, so that's just for your influence. So you've gained a little bit more influence. So yeah, your reputation for the faction and the leader and your influence has all risen. Your knowledge has also risen to 3 at some point. I think that was with the last set of rolls. Actionable intel. So nothing's changed. You still don't have anything extra you can do. But you are back on a slightly better footing with King Sanchez now, which is always nice.
I was debating just trying to blackmail him and just trying to shortcut it, but I've decided against it. I'm going to be well behaved.
It is an option, definitely, but it would just change the dynamic of the game. That's all. I'd have to rework it all a bit, but if that is something you wanted to do, it's not a problem. Anything else you wanted?
It popped into my head, but no, I'm not going to go that way. But no, that's all. That's my day. So.
I'll be honest with you, Al. I think when all this comes to an end, you'll enjoy the result. Is all I'll say. Gaius, is Gaius still hanging out at Pagni Manor with Siegfried, Trantia, and the Pagni family?
I think I have a choice in it.
You do have a choice in it. You can request to leave. You can interact with the people that are there if you want to have a conversation or anything. You are being consulted by Lady Pagni and the Magos. You do still have, or do you still have a couple of decisions to make about your body? Did we make them? I can't remember. I've got it all written down, what we did and didn't decide. Did we decide on your eye mods and your hand mods? That's something for out of game anyway.
I wanted fingers which turned into fingers which turned into fingers so I could play piano really good.
Many fingers. That's a fucking excellent idea, but I don't know how I'd rule that. If you want,
that's a mutation, not a technical.
If you want that ability,
I'm only kidding now. It sounded cool.
You can have it. It's very niche, but it's cool. But yeah, I think we've got a couple of decisions to make about the mods you have in your eyes or one of your hands or something. But that can be done later. But if there's you are with Siegfried, Trantia, Lady Pagni, Magos Grus, Kael Marotti, they're the 5 characters you know. If you want to interact with any of them, you can. If you want to demand to be taken back to the mansion, you can.
Can I do some mission work, power play mission?
Not from here, you can't really. No, unless you want Corel to do
remote.
It. No.
No. Well, Corel's going to be good. Did he say all those? Did he say all those points? Yeah, I could just do steady safe mode every day. What Gaius isn't there with Corel?
But the point is that you're not there. You're here, and you're a brain in a jar. So you can't really work as an Arbite while you're not in an Arbite station and you're a brain in a jar.
Yeah, true. Yeah, can't send them vox singles over the phone.
You can't walk around being intimidating and keeping an eye on the locals when you don't have legs to walk around.
Oh, yeah, true.
The thing is, Hayden, and I've said this time and time again, it's not a race. Don't worry about missing out on power play. Nothing bad will happen by you losing a few days to do something else. All it'll mean is that things happen in different orders.
Stop anyway, don't I?
So, is there anything Gaius wants to do?
I'll just leave it with Gaius at the moment.
Okay.
Some bubbling, just like try to make bubbles in his jar today.
I mean, I'm assuming that you're not just completely isolated. I'm going to assume that Trantia especially, and Siegfried and Lady Pagni and Magos Groos all do talk to you every day, and they all spend a bit of time to make sure you're not losing
exactly
your mind.
what I want.
But there's there's a lot of time being spent with the Magos especially, and he's drawing constantly. Yeah. He's got like scans of your body from before, and he's constantly like drawing for you, overlaying. And this will be here. He's now speaking with this very specific accent. I don't know why. He's just changed his accent all since you last saw him. And he's like, in this arm we can make the chop, yes, and we will make you breathe. So gas, no problem. Oh, it is fantastic. And filters for eyes.
My face and breathe fire like Scorpion's death move out of Mortal Kombat.
I mean, that sounds incredibly dangerous, but I'm here for it. Yes. There is a lot of interaction with other people. You're not being left on your own. You just, there's not much can progress. Siegfried's not here. Hannibal, what are you doing on this day of power play?
Same again. Just trying to get some information still.
Okay. Low risk.
Yeah.
Okay, so automatically you gain a little something from that. But give me a roll as well. I always forget what this is. Is it a fellowship fucking roll?
It's a fellowship at plus 15 last time.
Yeah, it should all be in there for whatever your mates are doing. And the same as what Canni did at the end of his day. Do you have any? You don't have any influence yet, do you? But you should have done. Roll a D100, please. And another one, please, for this day, because I forgot about this. Yeah, so Hannibal, because Hannibal started power play late, he's got like extra rep because of what happened down in the Underhive. So he's got extra rep with Mr. Crimson, but he's got much lower faction influence because of the time he spent with them. So I've tried to do it so it doesn't matter as much that you're behind, if you see what I mean. But yours is also not as integral to the main plot. At the end of this day, there's a couple of changes to be made here to your sheet. That's Canni's sheet. Why have I done that? Stop it, Canni! Stop getting in the way, Canni! Alright, you still have no knowledge of the Beast House. You've not heard a fucking whisper. And it's reaching the stage now where you're starting to think, it's peculiar how guarded people are, how wary they are of talking about the Beast House. Your reputation increases to 44 with the Beast House. With Mr. Crimson, it's still the same. And that's it for Hannibal. Hang on a sec. I've just got a message from James. Wait, no, I haven't. I mean, I literally have, but I don't know where it's gone. Oh, there it is. Right, so this is... I mean, Dave doesn't know James like the rest of us do. And what we were talking about earlier about him overthinking, and he sent me a message that says, "Hey Dave, hypothetically, if I were to play a certain turtle in a Goblin War, is there any way to keep that canon with your game, or would you rather it be a parallel universe turtle with no ties to your game?" I'm like, fucking James, just make a character, dude. Alan, you're muted. He's still muted. Why are you muted, Alan? You're muted. There we go.
I know I'm still muted, Dave. I'm well aware of that. It just takes there's a lag, there's a delay. All right, we're not.
That is typical James.
I'm a little disappointed with James. I wanted him to maybe have a little surprise for you two guys, but he couldn't resist, could he?
No.
You know what I mean? He couldn't resist. So he's talked about this with me. He's talked about joining me. He's bought me it's Tasha's.
Oh yeah.
So he's bought me a book.
Shit, what was it you asked me to get you? I forgot.
Monsters of the Multiverse, please, which also James also needs, so he can't make Darwin, assuming he does make Darwin. I mean, I don't know why you'd think that.
I thought I'd already bought you Tasha's book of everything.
Maybe, yeah, I thought you bought me Xanthars, whatever it
Oh,
was.
it might have been Xanathar's.
Yeah, I think he bought me Xanthars, and as far as I know. So, obviously, Hayden bought me the Player's Guide,
Everything.
Dungeon Master's Guide, the Monsters Manual.
Yeah.
But so far, I've not bought a book myself. But
I've bought like one, and I've got fucking all of them. So yeah, that's how it should
I do
be.
appreciate all you guys having a whip round. I really do appreciate it, and I've bought some tokens.
That's it. It's like I really appreciate everyone buying me books, and like some players, I think it was Balls in my other campaign. He paid for like a year's subscription on Roll20 for the Pro Plus or whatever it is subscription, and I've spent a fair bit on tokens, and and I really appreciate that everyone's done that. It's helped not just their game, but your game and other games, and it's just a nice gesture, isn't it? So. James sending me that.
It's difficult, but for James, like, keep it to your chest, mate. Keep your cards close to your chest. It's like he couldn't resist, Like, I'm just a little disappointed. I'll be honest. Like, I just wish he'd kept his fucking loose lips. They sink ships, and those lips are fucking loose because he has to fucking narrow it down the exact It's like my game is such a fucking random. Make it up as you go along game, and he's like trying to get it all nailed down, right? Like, so I just fucking forget about it, mate. Just keep it secret, keep it safe.
I've sent him a message out.
What have you said to him?
It's all in caps, and it says, "No, James, it must all be canon. Take your turtle and fuck off."
Yeah, but I was hoping for Darwin to come out of one of these Soulstone rings and it to be a surprise for all of you.
That would have been cool.
That would have been cool, rather than a fun little thing. But James couldn't keep it to himself. His lips are loose. I can't pretend that I'm happy about the scenario. But there you go.
Hang on.
But anyway, one thing I was going to say before was like everyone's bought me these books, so it makes me kind of feel almost obliged to actually do a role play.
Yeah, you fucking. I mean, that's how Dave trapped me. I mean, I didn't really want to do this campaign, but here we are, nearly 2 years later, and I'm still fucking doing it on an almost weekly basis because Dave bought about $8,000 worth of books for me. I'm stuck.
not quite that much.
No, I genuinely enjoy our game. I'll be honest, it's good.
I would feel guilty if I didn't run a game after all of this kind of.
Yeah, I would. I would too. But the fact that people have invested in me has actually spurred me on. It's made me want to give them a better game, and I do put a lot of effort into all my games, but I've been putting a lot into Dave's game because like it's a bit of a pet project, that game. It's like a world building game for things to come in other games I'm doing. So
you need to stick a poll up to see if we're doing it this week as well.
Oh shit, yeah, I forgot all about that. I'll sort that out tomorrow. Anyway, where are we?
I was just going to say before going, like, James is already hooked. He hasn't played one session, but he's already hooked with the prospect of playing more D&D. I mean, he's the hook's set.
Yeah.
Right? And he wants to be there. So.
Okay, so Hannibal's done low risk. Veneta.
All we need to do, sorry to interrupt a minute, Dave, what we need to do, though, in your game, Alan, is make sure that James and Dave Davey B, little Dave, don't go one after the other.
Suck my balls, right? It was fucking once. It was
Well, yeah,
fucking
it was
once.
I mean,
And
it's not a
anyway,
huge-
anyway, cunty, you just called me Dave.
I call you
No, he
Dave
called
quite
he called
often.
Never
li-
called me
you
Dave.
little- he called you little Dave.
I called you little Dave and Davey B.
Fucking Jesus, you've changed, Dave. You've changed. Anyway, no, yeah. I mean, okay. I still don't remember that night because I was so fucking hammered. But in my defence, I was fucking hammered, and I was playing a brand new character that is quite complicated to play. And I think I've got it now. I know how it works. I understand. It's just stab, move, stab, move, stab. That's it. It's just them first two turns where I get all my buffs off that are tricky. Anyway,
I would never get hammered during a game.
shut the fuck up. Anyway,
It'd be unprofessional.
not one of us here have ever got hammered and lost the plot in a game. I'm sure.
That's dodge, Hayden.
Anyway, James, this just takes me back. So I text him back in caps saying, "No, James, it must all be canon. Take your total and fuck off." And then I sent back, "No, mate, do what you like. I'm not going to be weird and precious about fucking my universe, except there will be piss taking." And he sent back, "Yeah, so I was thinking the group doesn't have a druid, and it's unlikely I'll play often, but will Alan's RPG be on the same plane as yours? And if it's possible, it's the same Darwin, and would it be easy to keep them totally separate?" Fuck, it's just a game of dice, wizards. Shut up.
Yeah.
Anyway, I'll talk to him properly later. I fucking love him. He makes me fucking laugh. He really does. Anyway, Veneta.
Loose lips.
I know. We're the only ones that can keep secrets, Alan. It's just me and you.
I mean, I struggle, but I've got a few good secrets in the bank. I would like. There was something else that came up in the mission. I had a look at the missions, and one of them is return the thrones to old Wiley McCann.
Yeah, it's been a while, mate.
What does Veneta know of that scenario, if anything?
Let me get a beer. Hang on. Okay, so what Veneta knows is there was around 200 grand in thrones that was found during the Gene Stealer debacle. It turned out that's what was happening was every night Wiley McCann and Millie the Bird Woman were taking the takings from the carnival and locking them in a lockbox, which they were keeping in a part of the House of Horrors, which the Gene Stealer was in. And they had a device on the Gene Stealer's neck and a remote, and they were able to paralyze the Gene Stealer, go in, put the thrones in the box, and then come back out, press the button, and the Gene Stealer was no longer paralyzed. And that was like the ultimate security device until the night that the button didn't work and the Gene Stealer pretended to be paralyzed. And when Millie went in, the Gene Stealer fucking killed her. Wiley shit his pants, tried to hide what had happened. And you figured all this out when you found the Gene Stealer and realised what had gone on. And you found all these thrones. And Otto, I believe, decided to take all the thrones, and he got the mercenaries that used to live next door to you to carry them to the mansion. And you took all the thrones inside. And then, mysteriously, the mercenaries were all dead the next day. But after that, the thrones have been in the house ever since. Somebody, I don't remember who, somebody went to see Wiley and said, this is what's happened. Canni then did the thing that he did. And at some point...
What did
Wiley,
Canni do? I don't recall.
he did a thing with something.
Did he?
Yeah. It was
I don't
mentioned
remember
earlier tonight, earlier on in the game, about Martiana Hampton.
Oh, all right, okay. Oh, yeah, I don't remember that.
You mentioned it tonight, literally. And then anyway...
I mean, Dave, I'm always being sarcastic,
I
right? It's like
don't know what you're talking about.
every single time.
But then, anyway, at some point it was said that the money would be returned to Wiley, and Wiley was told the money had been returned, but it was never returned. It's still in the mansion in this box. It's about 200 grand, and it was he was saving up to try and get the carnival off-world.
We could put that to make Gaius.
We could do that. So
Do what you want with it.
Veneta's gonna. Savannah knows where the money is, does she?
Mm-hmm.
she's going to go get the money, ask Slab to join her, and then go and take it to Wiley.
Lady Pagni. In the pockets.
Okay. Do you want to play that out, or do you just want to do it?
Yeah, I'm easy. So
Let's play it out.
I love Wiley McCann, so I'm
play
not
it
going to
out.
begrudge him any. I'm not going to begrudge him any time.
So, on this next day, Venetta and Slab, you head. I'm assuming Slab's carrying the box because it's quite heavy.
Yeah, of course.
And you make your way back through the carnival. Venetta, you know where to find Wiley, and Slab, this is a familiar path for you now. Oh, I've just realised we skipped over fucking Slab going back for fucking combat. Anyway, we'll come back to that. You head back down into this is going to get weird. Timelines! You head back down beneath the carnival. You find Wiley's house. He comes to the door eventually. And he's like, well, hey, oh, look at you, big guy. You did so well last night. Oh, that thing you did. Oh, that was incredible. Oh, and it's you. It's Canni's special friend. Uh-huh.
And Venetta's going to say, yeah, I made a lot of money on that fight. I've made a killing.
Did you? I mean, quite a few of us did. I'll be honest. You know, I whipped up a load of fever about this big guy who came down from up high and really didn't understand how to hold a weapon. And he had PTSD, and as soon as violence began, he'd sit down and cry, and everybody snapped it up, and they all just started bidding against him. And here we are. We're rich. And by the way, here's your winnings. And he hands you a bag of coin.
Dear. Fantastic. Well, I'm here also to exchange coin. I believe this belongs to you. One of my colleagues kept it safe during the debacle, but it does belong to you, right? And we said we would bring it, and Canni would be upset if I didn't bring it to you. So here you go.
He takes it. He looks a little bit emotional for a moment, and he's like, "You brought it back."
Of course. I mean, it's yours, right?
Well, yeah, but I thought your people, not you personally, but maybe some of your people had taken it from me for, because of what happened.
No. Otto was just keeping it safe for you. He had the best intentions at heart. Otto was a good man, and we miss him terribly.
Was?
Yeah. Otto, he didn't make it.
Well, I'm deeply sorry for your loss. I'll light a candle for his spirit tonight. I got my own shrine back there.
That would mean a lot. Wiley, I mean it would really mean a lot.
Well, I will. He was a strange little
Could
man.
Could never be replaced.
I mean, you're right. He was a unique gentleman. I ain't never met no one with such a shape to his spine as he had. But I thank you from the bottom of my heart. And I'm touched. I'm deeply touched. I'm moved. I don't know what to say. It's so nice to see there's still a little humanity left in this horrible world in which we live.
I mean, Wiley, if we can't trust each other, if we don't have a little humanity, what do we have?
A lot of mutants and
Yes, that's right. Okay. Venetta's gonna get a bit uncomfortable.
He picks up on this straight away and he says, it looks like for a moment he's going to pat you on the head, but he doesn't. He reaches up and then he goes,
I'll do that.
And you, big fella, I mean, you coming back tonight for more of that incredible combat action like you had last night? I mean, you made some thrones.
Yeah.
Cool, yeah. I got some competitors lined up, fresh out of the stacks. They ain't gonna never heard of you. They're gonna think you just some redneck bumfuck motherfucker from out of nowhere, and you're gonna rip them in half. It's gonna be incredible.
Gonna be gone for 5 minutes.
Okay.
I'll say to Wiley, what, double or nothing? I'll pass the money back I'd won from last night.
I mean, I don't
On
really.
Slab.
Yeah, I don't really deal with the betting side of things. He takes the coin and puts it in his pocket. But we'll see what we can do. Yeah.
I mean, I trust him implicitly.
He's a very trustworthy man. He's all wild in McCann. He ain't shady.
He's my brother.
He's getting a little Tommy Lee, isn't he? Sorry, I need to rein that in.
You've only got so many characters.
No, I haven't. I've got all of them. Anyway. So, okay. Anyway, if it's, I need to go. I need to arrange tonight's fights and get everything sorted for, the shit's gonna go down. So if you, I thank you from the bottom of my heart again, Miss Veneta, ain't it?
That's me. That's Veneta. And I'll tell Canni, just how you've treated me.
Canni? I mean, he's a good boy. He made me a lot of money over the years, and he hefts the chest and says, about half of what's in his from him.
No, he looks at you like a father figure, like the father he never had.
Yeah, that's probably not the best idea, and I told him that when he was a boy, but he never really listens, He just does what he wants, but, I mean, you can't tell a grown man to not look up to someone, can you? They'll just tell you, go fuck yourself.
No, you've been a role model.
No, I really haven't, but anyway, I was washing my pants, so I'm gonna.
I wouldn't want to keep you from that. I'll let you go, Wiley.
I've only got the one pair, you see. Just one pair of pants. That's what Mama said. You only need one good pair of pants.
Got to keep them clean, and you
Yeah.
can always wear them inside out.
It's 4 days, 4 days. You wear them back to front, inside out, turn around, all that. 4 days you can get before you wash them. It's a healthy way of living.
It's efficiency.
It is. You're right. Until you get the squits, and then it ruins everything because it soaks through. So that's 2 days.
Throws the whole ratio out, doesn't
Yeah,
it?
it fucks everything up.
Tumbleweed.
Why am I making a note? Why am I making a
Don't know.
note right now? It says
You shouldn't. You mustn't.
Wiley's pants.
Squits. Squits ratio.
Okay, so Wiley's coin is returned.
What Canni would have wanted.
It is. But yeah, I don't know what I was thinking there. I fucking totally missed. So let's just before we deal with the rest of your day, Slab. Can we roll back to last night? The general meet and chat, the general chaff that's going to come at you in these early days of participating in the arena is so inconsequential that it's going to be very difficult for you to lose to start with. So all I want from you is 2 weapon skill tests.
Any modifier?
Straight weapon skill tests.
James, why couldn't you keep your gob shut, James? Fucking... Why, James? Why?
Okay. I'll flesh this out at some point now. This is something I know you want to do. But you do win your bout. You take 4 wounds in the process. But you absolutely fucking trounce this opponent to rapturous applause from the crowd. And you earn 80 thrones. And Veneta was betting on you. So Veneta, how many thrones were you betting?
100 thrones now.
100 thrones. Okay.
I'll exploit this loophole in time, without regret.
Okay, so you win 200 thrones. Yeah. So you gain 200 thrones, basically.
Can I bet on myself?
You can, yeah. You can't bet against yourself, but you can can bet on yourself.
Going to make Slab take a dive in the third round.
I mean, it's definitely a way of making a fucking
I
lot
just
of coin.
think he's Mickey the Pikey.
So yeah, you're getting like 2-to-1 odds basically, because although you're an unknown, you know, your sheer bulk and size is obvious. Most fighters would just be like, I mean, no, it doesn't even look fair. So you're getting 2-to-1 odds. As you get better, those odds will probably decrease.
Yeah.
But if you get enough people betting on you, you can still make a lot of money, can't you? So. Are you betting on yourself?
Yeah, I had 80 thrones on me at the time, so I'll bet all that on it.
Okay, so you would have won 160.
It's tripled my money.
Okay, so Venetta, what are you doing with the rest of your day?
So did you say I needed to go, if I wanted to continue the augmentation, it's time to go back?
Yeah, you can go back whenever you want. You don't have to go back. It's just when you go back, it'll be 2 days.
Yeah, so we'll go back to see Lady Pagni and carry on with that project.
Okay, before you go, at some point early in the morning, out of nowhere, there's a knock at your chamber door, the room that you have across the corridor from the workshop.
Who is it? I'm not expecting any visitors.
Venetta, darling, it's me. It's Trantia's voice.
I will open the door.
She stood there in her usual purple off-the-shoulder dress. It's very early in the morning, by the way. It's pre-breakfast. And she has a bottle of wine in one hand and a couple of glasses in the other. And she says, "Good morning, Venetta. Fancy a little pre-breakfast tipple?"
So to her, please come in. So my new stomach isn't ready yet. Is that right? That's my understanding. Is that correct?
Uh-huh.
So, I can't really do that. It would
Oh, I'm so
make
sorry.
maybe soon.
I'm so sorry.
Maybe.
I totally forgot. I'm sorry. I wasn't thinking. And she
Oh, you have
puts,
mine.
she puts one glass down on the side, pours herself one, and necks like half a glass in one sip. And she says, I do apologise. I wondered if... and as she steps into the room, uninvited, she hoists the hem of her dress as she gingerly steps over a puddle of oil. She says, "I wonder if I could have a word about... about Canni."
Oh, please come in. Yes. Make yourself at home, and I'll offer a place to sit on my bed or something. I don't know. I'll move aside any
looks
cogs.
around your like ridiculously crude room that is literally a bed, a charging station for Jeeves, and a table. And says, "You and Canni are close." She doesn't sit down. You and Canni are close, but I just I wonder if does he seem all right to you?
Canni, I mean, he I don't know. I mean, I don't even know how well I know him, but he went on a difficult mission. He's lost Otto. He's crying all the time, but surely he's just grieving, right?
Well,
I mean,
yes.
he loves that little pervert.
That's kind of that's part of what I wanted to talk to you about. He didn't handle the death of Otto particularly well. I was there when it all happened. It wasn't nice. But
Should never have
Canni's-
sent him. It was a mistake.
I don't know why. I don't know whose decision that was. It was foolish. But anyway,
Folly.
Canni is a man accustomed to violence. He took the death of Otto particularly badly, and yes, I've noticed him crying a lot. I think it might be getting to him in more ways than one. I'm not sure he's thinking particularly straight. He keeps saying something about Otto being the best of us, and I mean, at no point has that ever been true, Venetta. He was quite a foul little pervert.
Oh yes, he was fucking awful.
His only redeeming feature was his superior intellect, but that hardly outweighs his other flaws.
Feel guilty, but kind of glad he's dead. Is that wrong? Should I say that? Am I allowed to say that?
She looks over her shoulder and says, I agree. I mean, he was a filthy little rodent, and I think he was maybe leading Canni down a dark path.
Oh, dear.
But there's something else. There's something else, Vanessa. Something more troubling. When we engaged the herald down in the depths, I might be wrong about this, but are you familiar with the ruinous powers at all, Vanetta?
I've faced them.
But do you know much?
I've
about
met them more than I need. I'm not quite sure exactly what she knows. She knows scale, and she's obviously done some missions, but I don't know exactly what you...
She's been vaguely aware of what the ruinous powers are, but maybe not, details. Wing it. Doesn't matter.
I'm just trying to check where she is. So I'll say... I mean, I know a lot. Obviously, I'm an inquisitorial agent. I know about the ruinous powers. Do you know? You know.
More than most.
You're also an agent.
Yes. For want of a better term, the ruinous powers can be classified into one of 4 categories, each category being beholden to a particular aspect of the warp, or the entities within the warp. Gods, some might call them. The beast down there that we faced was a servant of one particular god. And at no point while we were down there did anyone mention the names of any of these gods. Yet Canni at one point proclaimed Nurgle, which, by the way, if you don't know, is the name of one of the particular gods. Nurgle, he said, is the rubbish god. Now, aside from the fact that that is absolutely hilarious, if one understands the context, I'm not sure how he knew the name. And it alarms me how on the nose that statement was. I'm afraid...
Canni doesn't know anything. Canni doesn't know anything. He has no real knowledge. He's just making up as he goes along.
I mean, I didn't want to say that to you, because I know you in here, close. But he's not the sharpest cleaver in the butcher's shop. Is that fair?
I mean, he has his strengths. They're not everyone's strengths.
He does. Everyone has their
He
strengths.
He has weaknesses.
He does. I don't know how he knows about these things, Vanetta. I mean, I wonder if he's being exposed in some way to something that he shouldn't have been. Something or someone.
What do you mean? You mean Speyer? Do you mean someone else? Do you mean someone in the mansion? What? I don't understand.
I don't know. The thing is, Vanetta, I can feel people's energies, okay? Auras, some might call them. It's a good way of reading people's intent or mood, that sort of thing. Canni is curious at the best of times, to say the least. What troubles me more than his quite unusual aura is that it seems to be attracting other energies, auras, to it.
Okay, but I don't know what to do, or what should we do, Trantia? What can we do?
I don't know.
What can we do about a man's aura?
I'm not particularly worried about his aura, Vanetta. I'm worried about what happens if he succumbs to them. The auras, the energies that are gravitating towards him, they are dark things, Vanetta. And if he does succumb to these dark energies, I think it might be best if none of us are around when it happens.
He's not like that other cannibal. That beast in... No, sorry, probably not cannibal. That other one. The one in the mountain. He's not like that one. He's different. He's not the same. He's not the same beast.
Other one?
There was another one. He was just like him. He was a killer, a violent creature, and we had to put him down.
What
He
you
served. What's his name? Sorry, he served
mean?
Scale.
Cyric scale.
Yeah,
I'm sorry. Another Canni in the mountain.
just the same. Just the same. Well, there were differences, but you wouldn't notice them unless you knew where to look.
Oh, yeah. I won't ask about those details. Well, all I'll say is, Vanetta, I know you and Canni are, but I think you need to be careful. I think there's something troubling about him that we don't know.
No. No, that's not right. No, that can't be right. Don't believe you.
I don't mean to upset you, and I'm not trying to cause a rift or anything like that. I'm coming to you as a friend because you weren't there, Vanetta, when he fought that herald. He was a different man. The rage I could see surrounding him was otherworldly. I don't expect you to understand. You're a woman of science. But you need to trust me. Canni is on the edge. The slightest push could tip him. And then she picks up her bottle of wine, pours another glass, next half of it again. You never saw her finish the previous glass. She says, anyway, I've taken up enough of your time. I need to return to Spire Pagni. Good day.
Say to her before she goes, I'll say, well, I'll take your advice under consideration, and I'll take it very seriously.
She nods. You should. And off she goes. Okay, and you're heading to Spire Pagni yourself? You say?
Yeah, it's time to get a new stomach, I think.
Yeah. It's not a comfortable procedure at all. It's quite unpleasant. But Lady Pagni assists. It turns out she's quite a skilled surgeon. You didn't know this about her. Magos Grus assists a little as well, installing bits in you. And we'll do Silas in a moment when I come back. Be right back.
How are we doing, Aiden? You alright, mate? Can't hear
What's
you.
up, Chief? Hello? Can you hear me now?
Doing pretty well, I think.
You live.
I don't know, I can't hear you though. Can you say something? Might be me. I'll rejoin.
Hello?
I can hear you now, mate, yeah. But if I was you and me, I'd rejoin as well. Are you doing pretty well tonight, mate?
Yeah, I've been taking it steady on games nights just recently.
Yeah, cool.
Said a lot for a nice cheese toasty.
What cheese is your cheese of choice, sir?
Gosh, I really like smoked cheese, but I like all sorts of cheese. I mean, like, if I was going to snack on something, I like chili cheese. I like, oh god, I like chili cheeses. I like those Lincolnshire ones. I like what's it, Lincolnshire poacher one. That's really nice.
Oh yeah, that's good cheeses.
I've tried two smoking barrels is a really nice one as well. Black as coal, that was a good one. But no, there's quite a lot I like, but ideally I usually just if I go to snack and buy myself smoked or chili.
Yeah.
Mature cheese is my cheese of choice if I buy one for the house. Mature block.
Yeah, I overdo it on cheese myself.
Yeah.
Not partial.
I apologise. I've only just realised the time. I didn't realise it was that late.
I mean, I'm on holiday, so I don't mind.
Oh well, if
Oh,
everyone's okay for a bit. Hayden, you all right to do a Silas?
I can do a Silas.
Do a great big dirty Silas.
A dirty Silas.
Big dirty Silas all over her chest.
Suit you, Silas.
Okay.
Let's get into my chair.
Let me find my Silas document. It's here. It's a totally different one. I don't need that. I don't need that. Okay. So you wake up in the morning, Silas.
Some breakfast.
You're alive. You haven't been killed by a random man and his child during the sleep. The thorax is unharmed. And as you wake up and have a nose round, you flick the scanner on and you do a quick sweep of your immediate area, which doesn't take long. And you quickly realise that the guy and his boy, true to their word, have left. So yeah, you can do a little sweep if you want. A +20 awareness check as the passive sensors of your vehicle try and detect the terrain around you.
Find of the two life sensor him some structures.
No,
there we go.
this is just a +20 awareness check for the terrain. We'll come back to it.
Sorry.
It's alright. You don't need to apologise for that. Old chap! What?
Thank you very much. Any pluses all been? Did you say plus
+20.
Plus 50.
Plus
1500?
50? What are you talking about? Okay.
Oh dear, under
this-
my eye.
The sensors today are a bit clouded. Maybe there's a rad storm building up somewhere. Pick a tile. Pick a tile. I've gone a bit Irish. Pick a tile around you that hasn't already got the terrain revealed and roll a D100. Please.
Find myself. Are we at the bottom of this map?
Oh, sorry. I can. There you go.
Brilliant. I will go and pick this square.
Cool.
Or D100, yeah?
Yeah. 77. That is an acid lake.
Oh, that sounds great. Oh, go that way.
Okay, so acid lakes, you can navigate them. You can go around them and what have you. They're actually not as hostile as a canyon. It's just if you fuck up, you know, it won't.
You
be
melt.
good. I mean, potentially, yeah. So at the moment, that's all you know. Directly in front of you is the acid lake. You can take a little bit more time to scan that area. You can scan other areas for terrain or structures, whatever you want to do.
I'd like to scan 93 just underneath.
Okay. Are you scanning the terrain, or are you scanning for energy signatures? Terrain. Okay. So give me another awareness check with a +20. This takes half an hour.
Oh my god. Working out prospects. No. What's that one square again?
Yep. So you do get that one square. Roll a D100.
The death pit.
No. It's a canyon like you've encountered before.
Right, I'm going to roll for life search for energy signatures. Like energy signatures.
All right. Just a second.
Can I do a broad sweep?
Yep.
The area.
Yeah. So yeah, you scan all the surrounding tiles over the next 30 minutes. So this is a tech use test. and it is at plus 20. This is a sweep. Okay. Pick one of the tiles around you and roll a D100. Okay.
You
You don't detect any energy signals anywhere around you, and you're 100% certain. You know you've really focused your attention on that particular area. You're certain there are none in that area. The rest there might be, but you're certain there aren't in that particular sector. That's an hour of your day.
I'm going to try and move through the. It just sounds really dangerous. Oh no, the canyon. Can I do a sweep for life signs actually?
Yeah. All around you.
Another tech use plus 20, is it?
Yeah.
Four degrees success.
Ooh. Okay. Roll a D100, please. 3 D100s.
Come on.
Doing life signs, aren't you? Okay. Okay, in the oh, sorry. Specify 3 zones around you that you want to know about.
Right. Oh, the canyon directly below. Acid Lake and 91 here.
91, okay. Okay, so in the canyon that you have detected, you pick up absolutely no life signs. You're 100% convinced there's no life signs there. But in the acid lake to the east, there are some humanoid life signs, definitely. 91, you're also detecting life signs. What your Auspex is telling you is there is a baseline genetic sort of human element to what you're picking up, but it's not pure. You think it's picking up mutants.
Let's go investigate mutants.
Okay. Are you just driving in there, or do you want to scan it first?
I'm going for it.
Okay, cool.
I'm going blind.
I like it. That's good. That's excellent. Let me roll some dice. As you progress into this zone, it's fairly easy going. It's easier going than some of the other places you've been over the last few days. It's technically, if you would like to define it, light rock, moderate rock.
Rock.
I would like you to make a navigation surface roll at plus 20, please.
Cool. 1 degree.
That's about 1 hour, so that's 2. Takes you about 1 hour to get to the point where I'm going to describe what you find, which is going to be.
Humans know how to travel on good ground. That's the trick.
I know that. I don't know why I rolled for that. I shouldn't have done. What did I roll? I'll use that for the next one. 14. Nothing. Nothing. Okay, so after about an hour of driving, you pull up the Taurox on this little rise. There's a lot of hills and dunes because it's mostly desert, and you look down into this light rocky area. And you see in the middle of it, a few miles away, there is what looks like a camp of some kind. Not even tents, more like awnings covering a few crude vehicles. Basic trucks, a few bikes with wide wheels to navigate the desert terrain. There's a couple of pack animals as well. And you get the old binoculars out and have a peek, look closer. You don't detect any radiation, any energy, anything like that. You do detect, excuse me, fucking lager makes me belch like hell. You do detect, oddly enough, a kind of gas. You think it might be gone off, though, from the energy signals that you're reading. You don't think it's usable fuel sources, but there's definitely some maybe beneath the ground. It's maybe not particularly helpful. And you see after a while of watching this camp, people moving about. They're subhuman. They are mutants. You found some sort of travelling mutant colony.
Do I go and trade with mutants? Could do it from inside my truck, couldn't I?
I couldn't possibly comment.
It's exactly up to you how you deal with this situation, Hayden. I've presented you this mini game because I know you like the moral quandary.
Okay. I'm going to approach the mutants.
Are you going on foot or in the truck?
In the truck.
Okay.
Then Vox over. You interested in trade?
Just a second. I'd like you to roll a D100. So you're approaching the truck over the loudspeaker. You interested in trade? They all startle for a moment. They all start. They look like ape simian kind of men. They're very hairy, very thick corsairs. They all look very similar to each other. Like they're obviously, genetically related. And they all start scuttling about. Some of them bury themselves in the sand. But one of them strides forward with a big spear, which you can see on the tip of the spear is some sort of device is rigged up to the spearhead. And he steps forward and says, "You come from big city!"
Oh, that's yes. That'd be a yes. I scavenged waste all my life.
What have trade for you to do with us?
Just wondered if you've seen any fancy little knickknacks and gizmos.
I know a man named Gizmo. Big balls! Yes.
With the mirror balls.
No, they were made of stone. He spent hours polishing them, stroking them, shaping them. He takes a few more steps forward towards your truck.
I'm going. I'm not.
I've got a good feel about this guy, Hen.
I'm off.
I'm a good judge of character.
Are you
This
off?
guy's like, I was talking about his balls, man. And I've only just met him first minute. Off.
You don't talk about your balls on the first date, do you?
You should ease you
Not
in.
in the first opening, but thing. Unless he banged him,
He was too keen.
keen.
Are you driving off?
Mister.
City man, where you go? We trade! You hear as you drive away into the desert.
Yeah. Don't know what to do about him.
You know he's got some fucking ornate laser cannon, but you don't know what it is. It's just using it as a bong.
Yeah,
I'm gonna be really brutally honest about Hayden's minigame. I don't know what any of these people have got. It's all randomly generated on the fly. So don't read too much into what I'm doing. It's literally random.
Yeah, I don't know. Everybody's been friendly so far, but I mean, like, if this was me, I would have stitched you up twice already.
honestly, I'm rolled in. Everything is random. Everything is random out here. Everything is random. Even the way people respond to you are random. So, you know, you might get friendly people. You might get psychotics. You don't know yet.
He's got a bad feeling about the subhuman tribe.
Trust your instincts, mate.
Racist.
Follow your heart.
He's racist, like a true servant of the Imperium.
Yeah. How tall were they?
They were like, you know, average human height, ranging between, you know, 5'7" to 6 foot. Most of them.
So they're tall to Silas.
Oh yeah, they're big compared to Silas. Yeah. You've still got a few hours left in the day, so that's 1.5. Yeah, you've still got like 4.5, 5 hours to play with if you want to continue. On
Just
your
gonna
travels.
clean. No, I'm gonna stop, clean the inside of my truck, and clean myself just for talking to that subhuman.
Okay, let's lose an hour then.
Then I'll scan.
Okay, another half hour.
And it's
Tech use is this?
It's usually awareness when you've been making me do my initial scans.
Yeah, I'm probably getting mixed up. Just roll what you think is right. I trust you. I don't know.
Okay, yeah, I'll put plus 20 on it as well.
I don't know what's happening.
Let's see, I didn't make it.
You didn't.
Actually, no.
You still get a zone. You still get a zone. Pick a zone, Hayden. Pick a zone. I'm really enjoying the fast and loose with the rules part of this game. I really am. Which one, sorry?
The 90, was it?
Roll a D100 as well, please.
D100.
The beauty, the genuine beauty of Hayden's minigame is that we're mapping Desoleum, which could come in really useful later.
It's a lot of shit.
Yeah, mostly. But there is stuff out there. We know there is.
I don't know why people said it's smooth and it looks like glass. Not seeing any of that yet.
Oh no, so the desert is like glass, very finely ground glass. Most of the time.
You don't want to get in the wind, do you? But yeah, I've done that. 63 for the.
Which one did you look at? Sorry.
That one.
There you go, sir.
Oh, great.
Prometheum Swamp.
Can I scan the Prometheum Swamp with my tech use test, I guess, this time?
Yeah, you go in focus.
Scan it for energy.
Are you going for scanning the area for energy, or are you scanning that square for everything?
Yeah, everything.
Okay, give me a tech use plus 20.
Degrees of success.
Sweet, you find out everything. So 5 D100s, please.
We've got 60, a 32, 72, 69, and an 8.
Okay. Just a second. this could be a good one. This could be a very good one. No gas.
Yes.
No life signs. You detect structures that you believe are an old, ruined human settlement. Looking at the layout, the basic, very simple square buildings might have been lost for some time. You are detecting a very weak but unusual energy source. You think it might be Imperial in origin, but it seems a bit odd. There's no gas. There is some quite potent, localized radiation around the area, which means when you scavenge, you're going to have to put your suit on. It's going to make it tricky, but it could be quite worth it.
Yep. All right. Well, I'm going to go then and scavenge energy signature after travelling into that square. How much time that takes?
Yeah. So let's do a roll for that. So let's do a nature navigation surface roll for a Promethean swamp. So that's a straight roll, no modifiers.
From swamp.
Sweet. That is 2 degrees success. Promethean swamp is 2.5 hours. Takes you 2.5 hours to get there. And at that point, that's 3, 5, 6. You've got a couple of hours left for scavenging.
Scavenging for the end.
Okay, so I want you to make a search roll, but there are some modifiers to this.
Mm-hmm.
So you get a +10 for that, and you get a. You don't get anything for that. You don't get anything. Oh, you do. So +10.
+10, yeah.
Hang on, I'm not done. I'm just working stuff out in my head. Sorry.
Yeah, I'll leave it.
Another +10, so that's +20. And for the radiation, so you get a +20, but the radiation gives you a -20. So it's straight.
We're going to re-roll that? Oh no, I haven't got any more. It's already.
You know there's something here. You are convinced there's something here, but you cannot find it with this storm. The problem is that you could only spend so long outside in your suit before you have to go in and clean it off and then go back out again. You know, it's like an hour at a time. You do think, however, if you spent more time tomorrow here,
There we go.
You might be able to find something.
Thank you.
Okay.
Find it. Any devices.
Okay.
Never know, I might be your hidden gold gem for money here, you know, selling off his
honestly, Silas's minigame has the potential to cause all sorts of fucking trouble. Corel is TBA. Slab, hi. What you doing, big dude?
Having a fight and doing some weeding.
Okay. So yeah, during the day you can reasonably, I'm going to say that you can't spend a full 8 hours tending a garden and fight. It's one or the other. But you can spend like half a day doing the gardening and half a day fighting. Okay? If that's...
Yep.
Okay. So half day tending. So agri roll +20. Okay, so you're just tending those plots that are already there.
Yep.
So then you head down to the arena, and you end up getting paired up with 5 dudes. Like Wiley's like, don't worry about it, big guy. I got this. I've been scoping these people. You can take them. There's 5 of them, sure. But you're a big motherfucker. You can do this. Trust me. And then when the fight actually starts, he's like, you all remember this big motherfucker from last night? He killed 3 of our best fighters. And everyone's like, boo! Yeah, you want to be fucking angry at him. You want him to die. You want him to bleed. You want him to hurt. And he does this spiel for long enough to whip the crowd into a frenzy that, people start heading to the bookies. And this spiel goes on and on and on, and the whole time this is happening, he occasionally makes eye contact with you, and his facial expression never changes as he looks at you. And he's building up the crowd, and eventually gets to the point, well, tonight, this big, ugly motherfucker ain't going to fight 3 of y'all bitches, he's going to fight 5 of y'all bitches. And these 5 guys come out. They look like they know their way around a blade, but really, they're fuck all compared to you. So, Slab and Venetta, to start with, are you betting on tonight's fight?
Yes.
I gave my money to Wiley double or nothing, so that was...
How much did you give?
300, was it? Well, I bet 100, I won 2, was that right?
Yep.
So it's 300.
Okay.
No, if you bet 100 and win 200, you're 100 up.
The 2
give
to 1.
them 100. Yeah, you give them 100, you receive 200 back, so you're plus 100.
Okay. I mean, maths isn't my strong suit. I mean, I might have a technical job, but
You're
I
just
mean, who
a
likes
chemist,
maths anyway?
Alan.
I mean,
Just a
there's
weak
no maths in
chemist.
chemistry.
There's loads of maths in chemistry.
You don't need to be rude, Dave. I mean, I've got feelings. You might hurt my feelings, Dave, if you carry on like
Shut
that.
the
If
fuck
it
up.
was,
I will.
if it
I
was
will
1-to-1, you win as much as you bet. So you bet 100 and you win 100.
I'll double it up then. So I've wagered 200.
Okay. You're betting 200. Slab, are you betting on yourself?
240, all I've got.
240. Okay, so anyone else that's in the mansion can bet. So Venetta and Slab, anyone else that's in the mansion, do you want to take anyone else along to this fight or try and persuade them? Hayden, what's up?
Can't bet with Gaius, can I? I'd love to. This is the wager.
Yeah, I know. I'm sorry. I'm not intentionally trying to keep you out of this, but you've got your own money-making scheme, haven't you? I know you like a good wager, but yeah, I'm sorry.
It's the best.
Don't worry. I do have plans to get you all back together for this sort of thing. So, is there anyone else you want to take along to this fight, or are you just keeping it to you two?
No, anyone who wants to come along.
Okay. So, in the mansion,
Dave, I would like to invite. Sorry, I'd like to invite Ted along. He doesn't need to do anything right now, but I just throw him a bone there and just see what happens.
Okay.
Yeah, he looks like a gambling man to me. Like a wee flutter, don't you, Ted?
I'm sending Alan. I'm sending James a message that says, "Is Ted a betting man?" Let's see how many weeks it takes James to figure out that. Okay, so in the mansion right now, there is Venetta's here in the fucking flat. There's Verenus, there's Titulos, there's Jarek, there's Pench, there's Les, there's Jeeves, there's Gladstock in a cell. Any of those people you want to take with you?
All of them.
No, Slab.
Apart from Gladstone.
Vanetta doesn't want to invite anyone.
I love how Alan's just like, no, Slab.
No, Slab, no. That's just silly. It's normally Hayden who I have to tell no to.
I'm really enjoying how Dave's embracing the fucking sheer stupidity of Slab compared to Caleb. It's like, it's great. Anyway, so are you taking any of those people with you, guys?
I mean, Vanetta's not inviting anyone.
Okay. Slab?
Anybody who looks like they're interested in a fight.
So straight away, you've clocked the people that you've met. Slab doesn't know many people. He doesn't know, he's not a social animal, but he has recognised certain elements in certain people, and that's Ferenus, Titulos, and Jarek. He's
them three.
recognised that those three are like him. They're soldiers.
This will be his way of getting to know them, so that he'll invite them through.
Okay, they all accept. Even Jarek. Jarek doesn't really say anything, but he does accept, and he comes along. You get the impression he's coming along begrudgingly, and it's more of a like, what the fuck are these clowns doing, kind of thing. But he comes along to see what's going on. Let's just see how much money these people have got.
Gamble.
The Syrians are quite shrewd, I think. Okay. The fight starts against these 5 people, and I would like you to make 3 weapon skill tests, please, this time, Slab.
Just straight ones?
Yep.
That's the wrong character. I'm going to use a fate point on that 2.9 fail.
Sure. I've actually got a message from James.
Oh, do go on.
He says, "Aye, laddie, he likes a punt now and then."
I knew it.
Nah,
Vanetta is
marginally less of a fail, so.
Hang on. I just need to find out how much James is willing to. This is what I like about James. He seems to intrinsically trust me as a GM. Like when I message him, he never ever assumes that what I'm doing is malicious. He's always like, "Yeah, I'm up for that." It's like it's bizarre. Right, let me just find Ted's character sheet. Just see
People in this world, Dave, are just program nicer than others.
Some are. I mean, the thing is, and I've said this time and time again, and I know you don't believe me, but I am a nice GM. Like, regardless of what you think, I
believe
really nice
that.
GM.
I believe that. I believe that, Dave. I do. I thought you was going to say person.
I am a cunt. I am a cunt. But...
I mean, you know, everyone compared to Hayden as a GM is, you know.
Oh, Hayden's
well,
just
nice,
Hayden's just a fucking wanker as a GM. Let's be honest.
Nice guys. So.
Right. Okay. So
I mean, Hayden, that's why we hang around with you, mate. Because you're, by comparison, you make us look decent. You know, moral, ethical, kind.
Yeah, it's like like the attractive girls at school always had the fat ugly one. It's a similar process.
Just got sort of a bit more darker than yourselves.
Anyway, Slab brutalizes these guys. At one point, he drops his mace and he's like, "Oopsie!" And
it's a big knifey thing, isn't it?
Oh yeah, your knife. Sorry, yeah, the chopper. You drop it, and you're like, "Oopsie!" And you pick it up and carry on fighting. And it takes a good 20 seconds before you realise you're not wielding the chopper. You're wielding the leg of one of your victims, and you're just beating these fuckers. And like occasionally smashing them out of the way with a shield, and you fucking win. You take another 1 wound in the process. At some point, someone's got a knife in there, but you do win. So here we go. James has done it. I was waiting. I said, would he go watch Slab the Ogrin in an arena fight? Would he bet, and how much would he bet? James has replied, yes, probably 10 to 20% of his monthly wage. I don't know if he's salaried, though. I'm not sure what his wealth is.
Oh, fuck's sake.
Oh no.
You have
James,
X. How much are you
I
betting?
fucking love James. He's amazing. He's like, he's just such a cuddly little man as well, isn't he? Like when you
What,
meet him, you
what-
look like you could just give him a good cuddle.
What percent tax is he paying on his salary?
Fucking hell, like overthinking everything. It's amazing. Anyway, so yeah, 2-1 odds. So by my reckoning, Slab, you bet 240, so you can
Yep.
have another 240. Vanetti, you bet 200, have another 200 thrones.
How
Ted,
much do I get earnings?
I'll come back to that.
Righto.
Ted, I don't know. I'm gonna have to work that out. Ferinus has gained another 200. So has Titulos. Jarek's gained another 15 because he's tight.
This is how we're paying for fucking robo guys.
Yeah.
that's it.
Just yeah.
Seems to be.
Wiley brings you. Wiley brings you 150 thrones. Slab.
Righto. Well, I've made a lot of money tonight. I had 80 thrones when I started this. I've got 630 now.
And he says as he brings me, he says, I think I underestimated just how potent you could be, because, you know, a lot of the bookies and a lot of the fighters are saying they won't fight you anymore. We're maybe going to have to put you into the next category sooner than I thought.
Yeah, that's fine. Bring it on.
I mean, you won't be alone. You know, it's a team game, but I mean, there's big money to be made.
Bring it.
Okay, so you've done your gardening. Ferinus, what's Ferinus doing, guys?
Yes. The food.
Basically, Slab was. Have you seen Thor Ragnarok?
Yeah,
Slab's turned into the Hulk.
yeah, just fucking bitch slapping everything around the arena. Yeah, if Ferinus has got the food, so at this point you don't have to worry about food for 2 weeks plus what you already had in stock. So Ferinus's power play options, just to refresh your memories, because it has been a while.
It's recruiting all the time, wasn't he?
Training himself, others, recruiting is something else he was doing. He can also, you know, do skill training, whatever you guys want him to do. I'm trying to give you the opportunity to build a team here, so it's up to you what he does.
We're just getting like just shooting the same target with a heavy stubber.
Yeah, if you want him to go and practice with his heavy stubber, he can do that.
Who swings his axe all the time.
He's your character, mate. Yeah, Ferinus is your.
No, it's not.
He's yours.
No,
You can
it's
do
not.
what you want with him. That's fine.
He's not anyone's character anymore. He's an NPC.
No,
But the point is that you can use
He's
this
Haven's
time
character.
you can use this time to shape them into something you want to be in your team. But he is kind of like the heavy weapons guy. If that's what you want him to do, then yeah.
It's better to practice with new heavy weapons.
Okay, cool. All right. And what about Titulos, or do we even have to ask?
No, we don't need to ask.
Oh,
Okay.
you need
Spring.
to take like a hearing test.
How many
Oh.
decibels is the chainsaw?
Oh, we should have brought her to the fight.
No, she wasn't there. She wasn't there.
Ah, right.
She's been out looking for a boffin. Trantia is in the mansion, in Lady Pagni, sorry.
So
Jared,
it's like a normal chain. So
Jarrett-
it'd be like 124.
didn't do anything, but he went to the fight. Pench, I will work that out behind the scenes. Les, behind the scenes. Okay. some point during the day, early morning, Veneta? Alyssa's voice. I have a call from you from Magos Grus.
Okay, put him through.
Miss Calamere, comes the mechanical voice. I have completed the fabrication of your replacement gastric system, and am ready to fit it at your convenience.
I can't wait. I'll be right there.
It is a lengthy process. It will take approximately 36 hours to perform the procedure, and I would like to keep you here under observation for a time. However, once complete, I will also be able to finalize the installation of your subdermal enhancement. I understand you are a busy woman, and I have been instructed to make myself available to you whenever my services are required. When you find you have the days...
I'm very. Are you still there? I'm very busy.
I shall be able to perform the sacred upgrades and be honored to advance you on your path to becoming one with the Omnisire.
The flesh. It's weak.
But not for long, Miss Calamere. A strange message, Veneta. A curious message. Magos Grus is an odd man. He is very, very committed to the Omnisire and to the machine principle. Was there something off about his message? Would you like to make a scrutiny check for me, please?
Sure, I'd love to. I'm sure it's not scale. Right, let's have a look. Scrutiny, eh?
Yeah. No.
Take that.
No, you're just being paranoid, Veneta. This has been a traumatic last few years for you. The death of your father, the taking away of you to that rogue Magos' lair, the violence you witnessed when the Inquisitor came and just what she did without so much as breaking a sweat. And being brought to her domain, being left in this strange environment, surrounding yourself with these thieves and murderers and liars and heretics. You have had a tough time. You are not paranoid, Veneta. You're fine. The Magos seems trustworthy.
I am a good judge of character.
You are.
Okay, I'd like to go for my operation, please.
Okay, before you do. So I'm going to I'm going to fuck with the timeline because I can. But at some point,
I am master of time.
At some point, you go for your operation and somehow you're also there in the fucking arena. I don't know how that happened, but also at some point you're in the mansion and all points channel open on everyone's comm, everyone that's in the mansion. Oi, oi! Cantoid springs back, you bitches! There's a deafening boom of a gunshot, which echoes through the halls and the corridors of the mansion. You hear a second voice, distant, as though it's someone stood close to Spring, bleeding into her combead. Drutheth Bevervav! Was that really necessary? You've made me deaf! You really have! You bloody deafened me! Shut the fuck up, nerd! Guys, I did it! I brought you a boffin like you said! I am not a boffin. I am a celebrated antiquarian and historian. Schooled in the... Nerd! Fucking nerd! V, where is you? V!
Are you okay, Spring? Is everything all right? Are you well?
Spring emerges into your workshop, wherever you are, almost dragging this young woman. along. She's in her early 30s, mousy brown hair tied back in a ponytail, dressed in quite simple attire, looks like a modified administratum issue robe, and she peers around at everything incredulously, and she says, "This is incredible. How is this entire house just here in the Underhive?" "Snot," says Spring. Says Spring. "It's an artificially created construct comprised mostly of a psi-reactive xenos substance known as Wraithbone, integrated with some imperial technology that all exists in an interstitial state of being in a pocket dimension of the Eldar Webway, somewhere between the real space and the realm of the Empyrean." The woman
I brought us straight in, Spring.
The woman stares at Spring for a moment. "We just call it the fucking mansion." "V! Don't let me hang in, sister!"
I will not leave her hanging.
Okay. She's like, "This..."
You brought us straight in?
Well, what do you expect me to do? Ask me to find you a boffin? I'll find you a fucking boffin. "This is Zorbler Octagon Rotisserie Hardcore." She points at the new arrival. "Zorbler, this is V. She's the best." The woman looks at you. The woman looks at you
like the chicken.
No. The woman looks at you and says, "She's been telling me you are the best for the last 6 hours." She steps forward and offers you a hand. Says, "Zelda Octavia Rosario Harmore. Pleasure."
Yes, the pleasure is mine. Has she made you an offer? She suggested that you join our team, or did she just...
Well, what she actually did was kind of kidnapped. Zorbler here had a bookshop that sold naughty books. And I don't mean like the stuff that Les had. I mean like real naughty books, like, ones that tell you how to be naughty and stuff. I traded tomes of knowledge on a wide variety of subjects, as a matter of fact. From time to time, I would encounter books of a certain prescribed nature. These I would turn into the relevant authorities, as any good Imperial subject would. "Oh, yeah. She's full of shit, V," says Spring. "I am not full of shit. My former appointment was within the Administratum. My role there was to document and catalogue tomes of knowledge of all types, and to arrange for the destruction of anything deemed unwholesome by the ecclesiarchy. One day there was a misunderstanding, and I was fired from the Administratum. The Arbeits were called, as is protocol, of course, and I straightened everything out with them." "She's a narc," says Spring. "I am not a narc. As part of the conditions of my release, I was to set up a bookstore, cultivate a reputation as a woman of questionable morals, and in the hope of luring out a certain type of individual. Rumours of Harmor's books harbouring tomes of dark and esoteric knowledge were circulated in less desirable social circles. My job was to purchase any books that crossed my path, and to sell specially edited versions of such books to those with a nose for the darker side of life, and report those involved to the authorities." "Knock!" yells Spring. "About a year ago there was an incident. The Arbiter's precinct I reported to exploded. I've been waiting for someone to come to me ever since. I've amassed quite a collection in the last 12 months. I honestly started to think I'd been forgotten about. And then this girl shows up." "Toot toot," says Spring. "Came right through the fucking window, didn't I?" "She trashed my shop. I didn't mean to, V. Les had been fucking with the brake lines, but I'm fine. Bike's fine. Zorbo the Magnificent is fine. Everything's great. It's Zelda." "Alright, chill your piss flaps, Drew," says fucking hell. "Now, this girl of yours, she didn't apologise. She just started staring at all the books she'd ruined. She then started asking if I was a nerd. When I explained to her I was an antiquarian and historian at heart with a penchant for the printed word and a lust for knowledge, she began yelling nerd at me again and again, over and over, for hours. Then she pulled a gun on me, forced me into a motorcycle sidecar, and has spent the last 6 hours driving like a maniac through the streets of Desolium while babbling on about V, Gaius, big lad Canni, Grandad, and someone called Gladders, who she described as a big wibbly-wobbly tangle of worms on a bad day. Now here I am, against my will, but I'm being a reasonable woman. So if someone is going to tell me what in the name of Drusus is going on, that's great, but otherwise I'm going to have to call the authorities and Then I'm out of here. Spring sniffs the air and says, "Do I smell bacon?" And she skips off towards the kitchen.
Zelda, welcome to the Inquisition. You'll fit right in.
The what?
I'll pull out the icon.
I mean, I was expecting a wide variety of different possibilities of what was actually happening to me, but the Inquisition...
I mean, there's no escape from the mansion now. You've seen too much.
Just one moment. She pulls out a data pad, begins typing a few numbers into it. Says, "Considering everything I've seen over the past 7 hours or so, I calculate the possibility that you're lying to be approximately 7.6%. That being said, I am in need of new gainful employment. I do have skill sets that could be used by an institution such as your own. Fuck me. Such as your own. And
There are many people here who want to kill you, Zelda. But, I'm going to stop them from doing that,
I mean, there are many
I don't
people
want to
that
kill
want to
you.
kill me all over the place.
I honestly want to kill a Dave, but, like, there's a battle here between Alan and Vanetta, so... I'm just going to say, I'll save you from them, Zelda. No one will hurt you here.
Why would they hurt me? I just got here. Nobody knows me.
It's just something. There's something about you, Zelda.
This is preposterous.
You just put people's backs up.
This is preposterous. I feel victimized. I'm going to my room. Do I have a room?
Sure.
I'm going to it. Where is it?
Is anyone else here?
It's just you now.
I'm going to summon Jeeves. Ask Jeeves to take her to her room.
Okay. Jeeves takes Zelda to her room. You have your new boffin.
So I think she's marginally less annoying than Otto, but I'm not quite sure. It's a close run thing.
I mean,
So,
she's
you just dying to bring the accent out again. weren't you, Dave?
absolutely. Yes, I haven't used it for so very long.
Sure. Yeah. So even though Alan wants to just, I don't know, put her in the cells or something, we're gonna keep her for now.
I've said this before, and I'll say it once more before the end of this game. The NPCs are there to be shaped, moulded, and nurtured by you more senior agents.
Shaped into meat. Or burgers or something, I don't know.
So that is the end of day 32. It's 10 to 12.
Gonna leave it there.
Yeah, that's a good place to leave it, I think. So, thanks for the game, Dave. It's been a good one.
Okay. Cool.
Yeah.
Um,
Thank you very much. We'll say that.
we'll see what
I was
happens next
drifting in
time.
and out after that.
I think you've done quite well tonight, Hayden. You started at 6,
I had 15 minutes of
Yeah,
sketchy.
nearly 12.
It was sketchy as in and out. Luckily,
done
he's
alright.
really loud as he's loud as Spring, which kept waking me up.
That's what she's there for.
But yeah,
Alright, guys.
yeah,
Take it easy, mate.
See you later. When are we killing goblins?
I don't know. I mean, depends on what's the. I'm on holiday for like the next week. I can do next Sunday, or I can maybe do. I don't know what's your guys' availability for over the next week. Is there anything booked for next Sunday?
Let me just check the almanac. Where are we? We're the 13th of August. Yeah. Next week was originally a D&D weekend, but I don't think James can do it. So yeah, if you want to,
If we want to try next Sunday, we could do a bit Goblin War.
if you want to
Sure.
saddle up the goblins.
Yeah. Cool.
Yeah, let's go murder some goblins. I'll get murdered by goblins.
It's a D&D date then.
No, come on, Hayden.
Yeah.
Think positive. We're gonna fuck them little fucking green shits up.
Well, you just give me it right. You said there's goblins riding or something like that. Just now started thinking of goblins riding big wolves.
Oh,
To
that
fuck
happens.
things up over. I've got to
I
say
mean,
this.
I've never thought of that, Hayden. So it's never going to happen. The goblins are going to get weaker. They're not going to get stronger. There's going to be more of them. I had an idea.
the other day when like Tom and James were both like, "Oh, we're going to play rogues." I was like, "Well, fucking hell." There's a lot of crossover there between me and a rogue and also me and an arcane trickster, so I might respec to a pure wizard. And then I had this vision of playing a wizard that relies on like telekinesis, and I had this phrase pop into my head of "You set them up, I'll knock them down," and I just had visions of me standing next to Moon using telekinesis to lift goblins up, while Moon just fucking punts them repeatedly off the map with a mace. That's what I'm going for.
She uses a sword.
Yeah, but she needs to get a mace.
Seems reasonable to me. So it's not the worst. It's not the worst thing I've ever heard. So not the worst suggestion I've ever heard. Far from it.
Yeah. It's just have like a ballista on the side of a pig. Ballista.
Hey, I don't need any. I've got a repertoire of
Nonsense.
goblins. Yeah, nonsense. That's the right word. I've got a repertoire of goblins in the bank. Don't worry about it. Don't need it.
I mean,
I was thinking,
Don't worry, mate. Don't worry. Don't.
was,
You're okay. All right. You want a pig?
Yeah.
Or something. Listen.
and then like I
That sounds
could
like a
get.
goblin maneuver.
Oh,
Are you
no.
joining the goblins?
Well, you've got you fight goblins. You got to fight like a goblin sometimes.
Well,
Think like a goblin.
I mean, you want to talk about nonsense? All I'll say is that our D&D campaign is only on session 13. So, you know.
The main one.
Yeah, us guys, you know, with Woo and Uther, and we're only on session 13, and you're all incredibly trusting that the story I'm telling you is believable, and that everything you see is what you think it is. Because I keep telling you that it is, but it's. I mean, maybe it's not. Maybe. No, I can't say too much, but.
I mean, I trust you, Dave. Anyway,
I wouldn't. I really wouldn't. But
I really do. I should trust you.
The one thing that I have been honest about with our D&D campaign is when I've said I don't really have a plot and I don't plan that much ahead. That's true. I don't. I don't plan beyond the next session, whereas in other games I plan, multi-sessions in advance to fuck with you. But I haven't really done that in this game. But I keep getting these ideas, and
Like goblobbers.
You should follow your heart, Dave. Anyway, guys,
you'll see. You'll see is all I'll say. But yeah, good night. Thanks for the game, guys. It's been a really long game as well. We've played for like 6 hours.
I know. If it's just us lot, we do, don't we?
So what you're saying is Johnny's the problem.
No,
didn't
Johnny's the secret blend of herbs and spices.
So Johnny's the 13.
I wasn't saying that. I was just saying when it's just us four, it is really fast. We can get through any game.
It's the different people you have in a different game changes the dynamic definitely, but it doesn't make it a better or worse game.
No,
I wasn't saying that. I was just saying we're.
I was being a massive bell end. I apologise. I take it back. I didn't mean it. I was joking.
We don't apologise here.
Anyway,
don't show weakness.
I'll see you later, guys. Take care.
Good night, Al.
You know that.
Dave,
Mm-hmm.
what are you doing now?
I've been playing. What's it on and off?
Do you want to do a bit of multiplayer?
Hang on. Are you working tomorrow?
No.
Just leave it till tomorrow because it's sort of 5 to midnight, and I've been up since 7 o'clock this morning.
Fair enough. I was going to play a bit anyway, so I just wondered if you wanted to join in. But
well, give us 10 minutes or so. I'll be able to play for an hour.